scumbag. Yeah, 3 days in a row, man. Does it be like this? While I was offline, I made some adjustments to the routing since we've worked out that there's a number of quests here in Hellfire Peninsula that are only available after you get to friendly. I've made some very brisk changes. I was offline anyway. I'll try that next time. I'm very hard not to be frustrated by the lack of gear that I have. It does slow everything down a lot, but that's okay. We'll get the routing right first. And then hopefully, fingers crossed, I'll get my own beta access and I'll be able to run it with a slightly more geared team. That would be pretty amazing. Oh, it's so much fun, Scumbag. It's the best part. Just like, how do you, there's just been so many times I'm just like, oh, we can't make that any better. And you're just like, oh wait, what if we do this? And you like just reshuffle it like jigsaw pieces and all of a sudden you've saved like 20 minutes. 20 minutes doesn't sound like a lot until you do it like 10 times in different places. Great. I love it so much. Like playing with a giant Meccano set. Gonna have to pester Joanna now for a copy of his Alliance guide for Outlands. Gonna steal all his stuff, you love it. The drop rates on quest items have been significantly low. Is there much of a difference in Alliance and Horde 1 to 60 times? Horde has the advantage just because it's got more quests. But Alliance is quite competitive too, so it's one of those things, every time you think that you've got the definitive faster side, someone changes the meta, away you go. It's great. Never boring. I remember when I first started learning to speedrun, because I'm still a relative newcomer to it in WoW. And I was convinced that like these times that Joanna had and Lishrak had were just like, you know, the gold standard, you know, and they were for the time. You'd have a look at the guides and you think that they have to have been so optimized that you couldn't find better ways to do it. And the delightful part is realizing that's not the case. Two more wings. I'm an idiot. I should have this coffee that Jean's put in front of me. This delicious coffee. Like, I just need one more wing. I did briefly think about abandoning this run and starting again, but to be honest, I don't have time to like level another toon. 60 this weekend. So we're going to smash this one out and just accept that we had some issues with the routing in Hellfire. It'd be good to may as well just, anything else that crops up along the way, may as well just iron that out now, right? And then make the adjustments all the way along and then redo it and see what that looks like. And right, so I've got all of these. So I've already done this section, so I'm just going to go straight over to do these aerial bombardment quests. I'm going to finish those, half back to Honor Old, and then start turning these babies. The quest XP turn-ins are correct. Stuff. What have you been doing with your life, mate? What have you been doing? I know you said that you haven't been online, given you've had other commitments that you've had with. But we do miss seeing you around, you know. Been times where I've been grinding here and I have run out of arrows despite picking up a ridiculous amount. You're in your last year of study, doing some long study days. That's fair enough. You've got to appreciate that level of commitment to it for sure. See how many people are in Hellfire. Still full. Good. If you've come in since we started, by the way, guys, this is our very first speed run leveling solo. Very much not geared, which makes it a little difficult, but for the purposes of working out the leveling route, fine. Unfortunately, I can't use my level 60 geared hunter because this is a borrowed beta account. I'm doing my best to get things done here. What's the quest? Crystal Shelf, that's it. You can complete this in one go, but you do need to keybind this and be organised. The first I can do, the second is always a little up for debate. We'll see how we go. Big dudes. Enough cannons. Dudes. More overseers. Good, I just need one more overseer. Nice, done. Very cruisy. Much nicer on the beta. No problem at all. Just as an FYI, the first time you do the Abyssal Shelf mission, you get XP. You can repeat it, but it won't give you any more XP. Look at all these bastards. Jerks. All of them. Tramping around. Making a nuisance of themselves. I'm going to turn this one in and then we're going to fly over here. Easy quest, eh? Going to honor point. Go. Good. Okay. Go over here. Okay. Need these dudes. They're demons. Areas where it gets a little bit harder, only because they're like a level higher. From this point on is when you start to really feel the absence of plus hit. There are some quest rewards for these ones that we're going to turn in that will give some additional hit, some much needed hit. Work cleaning up. Was that just me or did he just disappear? Izzy! How's it going? How did you go? Oh no, that's cool. I figured you were probably tied up with something when you didn't turn up. How'd your comp go? Not bad for the first work up. Got a pretty solid tie break time. Had to. Yeah, I saw you mentioned the BMU. That was like a problem for you or something. I don't pretend to know very much about these things. But yeah, you reckon you went okay, all things considered? Pretty happy with your results? Oh, you can't walk into the middle of that. There you go. But you can shoot right through it. Perfect sense. Last one I need. Then in the second part, you watched back some footage and realised you stuffed up your weight, so you had 2.5 kilo less one side. Oh, you gotta look after your shoulders, mate. Believe me. Once those go, you're in trouble. Really? Oh, it's disappeared. Oh, no, it hasn't. Alright. Come on. Stop hitting me. Yeah, just watch your shoulders, mate. You don't want to mess those up. That all sounds very involved, Crazy. Servants, man, they're everywhere when you don't want them. I hope it goes really well for you though, man. I just, you know, just look after yourself, hey? It's great to want to be in the top 10% and be competitive, but believe me, you don't want to be stuffing your shoulders up or anything like that. Make sure that you're doing the right thing by yourself. Finish and push at all cost. Well, you know, kind of thing. Once you stuff it up, it ain't coming back again. So. Shoot yourself in the foot, eh? And easy. Wanted to buy actual gear. That's respawning from. I have a sneaking suspicion that dynamic respawn is going to be an absolute nightmare at launch. Alright, let's go turn this in. We've got one more quest out this way. We'll turn that in and then back. Turn ins. We're into the red. In 15 seconds. That's a private server time with gear. Why the disparities? That's okay. We're here to do some learning today. Miss. Remember, this didn't work before. See if it works today. Nah, it still doesn't work. Little bugger. I'm gonna just report that again. I would have heard all about that by now. Ebbers, how you doing? Thanks for the raid. How you doing, man? What's going on? It's going really good. It's going really, really good. You know what? I've been having the most wonderful time with everyone dropping in to say howdy. So much for coming in and dragging your crew with you. Whether they like it or not. Hello, Abba's crew. Having a wonderful time playtesting the BC Beta. Already had a whole swag of stuff that's gone wrong. I'm loving the beta. I know there's a lot of people like to complain ad nauseum about bits and pieces about it, but I'm having a great time. We're working pretty hard on the routing for Hellfire at the moment. Plan is to push through Hellfire and Zangarmarsh. Test out the route. Pretty much threw out a fair chunk of it from the very start. Yippee! How's it going, man? How you guys been? How's everyone's weekend? We've gone from full-on speed run to, okay, well, there's a lot of stuff that's not the way that we expected. So we're just ploughing our way through. What's of intellect? Probably do with some of that these days, just quietly. Between you, me, and the trees. Okay. I'm running a little bit loose at the moment because there's a whole swag of quests here in Honor Hold that are gated behind needing friendly rep with Honor Hold. So kind of ended up all over the place. Trying to fix it up. Trying to make life a little bit easier for everyone. So you know that the routing that you pick up is gonna work. And play some Apex? How dare you? Alright, I'll let ya. Millions wouldn't, but I will. Have a good time, man. Okay, pick these up. Go. A lot of experience right there. 9,800 experience per quest. Bit sexy. I talked with Juno lately. I haven't. Abbas, I will. I'll probably be spending, to be honest, a fair bit of time just playing BC the normal way for a while when that first comes out. But once the initial rush, I think, just starts to chill out, well, I'll be back on hardcore, mate. I'd be playing hardcore now on Classic, but I just don't have enough time to get everything done, unfortunately. Otherwise I would. How about yourself? What's the plan? Are you going to go straight to HC, or are you going to do some other stuff as well? Thinking. And let me just review my log here. Going good. We're back on track. There was like maybe about 70% of the quests got gated behind on a whole grep here. Gonna make some adjustments to the route to make up for that. You're not super familiar with BC, so more than in-game content, you're excited about the new starting. They did a lot of changes to BC to make it a bit more leveling friendly. As far as hardcore goes though, the thing that I'm most excited about is that it's just going to freshen it up for everyone. There's a lot of changes to the way that the game plays in BC. For example, we tested earlier the new quests in Dustwallow Marsh. Of course, that's now very different compared to Classic. If this is working. It is. Very good. And I think that's going to be really interesting for a lot of people. No, is this working? It is. Get in there, kitty. Everything. For sure, Abbas, you're going to do hardcore. If you get your priest to 60 in Classic, you wanted to keep doing. Oh, that's awesome. You should do it. I'm not sure what we're going to do with the rankings between Classic and BC, because it will be easier to level to 60 on BC. I'm assuming that we're going to have like a BC rank 1 to 70 type hardcore achievement, what I would guess. And perhaps the people that are still working to get to level 60 will just transfer their character across to one of the classic servers, finish their run hardcore wise. Going to give people more options, a little bit more to play with, have a little bit more of that F word fun. But I'm pretty excited about. People will play BC fresh, they'll do some raiding, they'll have some fun. And then when they get, you know, a little bit tired of it, you know, they want to do something different, the hardcore challenge will be there for them. Start doing some little community challenges. Have some fun. Love Classic so much, you've got a feeling go back to it. Oh, this is the thing, right? I mean, there's options. That's the best part. There's going to be options. People can play Classic, they can play BC. You know, I don't think hardcore's really taken off. In retail, I think retail's just a little bit too easy and straightforward. But everything else is good. Come on, boat. I wouldn't be worried. You know, we're what, 10,000 strong now? This person's not happy. They thought they were going to do this quest. This, they're blaming me for this fell spirit running down. Like, come on, dude. Like, he's using my anchorite relic and then getting salty when these guys run down to me. Come on, dude. Look at that. Hurry up and mend, kitty. Cat's getting flogged. The great community. What were you doing before, Abbas? I don't think I've ever asked you. I mean, I know you love Classic and you enjoy playing it, but what were you actually playing before you got into hardcore? Two friends in the fridge. Go. That just needs to calm down. Add. Four more. For hardcore, you had a couple multi-lifers, never got too far with them. You love puzzle platformers and RPGs. Wow, the same as me. I love puzzles. I love puzzle games like Portal and Portal 2. Big fan of RPGs. Probably my favorite games, apart from like the WoW type games, are survival sandboxes. So The Long Dark, for example. I'm a very big fan of that game. I really enjoy it. And not so much like zombie type survival games, just anything that's got like an element of survival and crafting is a lot of fun. Yeah, I was one of those people that got completely out of proportion excited when Portal 2 was coming out and just like played it to death and played the co-op, and yeah, it was great. Yep, I've played some Valheim. I've actually got a guild that I play with, or will be playing with, for Ashes of Creation, and they actually created a Valheim server. I haven't been playing very much on it lately, admittedly, but that's been really good fun. Lots of goofing off, as you can imagine. How about yourself? Have you been playing it? I don't want to say like I'm treating WoW like a job at the moment, but it's just like, you know, it's going to be a few months before BC comes out, and I want to get this leveling route finished before then. That's actually interesting. So this guy had the mob. That mob initially chained to my Anchorite relic, and then the Fell Spirit spawned on it, obviously, and he wanted it. I just assumed that I had tagged it, and it was free to tag. And of course it allowed it, but then like I had a mob here that I killed, and that Fell Spirit spawned on mine. He tried to tag that, I guess, just as a, I don't know, payback on the last one, and it didn't let him tag it. So that's interesting. That'll be very helpful if people can't just acquire your Fell Spirits and poach them. Launch. It's on your list. I enjoyed playing Valheim more for the people that I played with than anything else, to be honest. It is a lot of fun as a little bit of a crafter, and it's got a certain charm to it. But it's like I've enjoyed playing other games more, to be honest. Like The Long Dark, if you've not played that, is a wonderful winter survival type game. I find that a wonderful change of pace when I get a little bit tired of playing this. Go down to the Voidwalkers. So many people using the N-word in chat. I'm actually gonna have to drag that I can't drag it out the way, can I? But it's serious. There's gonna be people that are gonna get thrown out of the beta because they're just being toxic. And the worst part is I think some of these are my own guilties. It's not great. I'm like going, oh my god, dudes, come on, don't do it. I will throw you out. It's so good seeing you. So good seeing you. I will definitely try and catch you on stream next time. Take it easy, get some sleep, get some rest, look after yourself. Get back up in the morning and we'll do it all again. Thank you very much again for the raid. People that have come across with abbas that aren't lurking or also sleeping, I appreciate you hanging around. And I hope you're enjoying this rather chaotic show. Gotta be careful here because like you can just slide down and fall off the end of the world. Could be sleeping crazy, but you know, who cares? That's the spirit. Are we gonna catch up and do some podcasty stuff tomorrow, my friend? Can we reschedule, or are you tied up tomorrow? Yeah, you need to let me know. You don't have to do it right now, but maybe you've got time tomorrow. Let's get this done, man. That's what we said we were going to do. We've got to do it. Joanna was past here earlier going, how about that interview? I said it's all Crazy's fault. 5 PM server time? Yeah, that sounds good. Let's do it. He didn't come past to harass us about the interview, mate. He just dropped past to have a bit of a squiz. Look like the empowerment's working very much. I know it's been hectic, but we gotta make time. Right? Okay, so the drop rate isn't 100% on this either. That's great. I'm gonna be killing a lot of these dudes. I'm super excited to get it cranking. That's the spirit. Like it. 2, 3. I've got 3 now. Might take a little while. There's been a bit of chatter in the groups here on beta. People are thinking that there's been some layering going on. I wouldn't be too surprised if there is, just because they've invited quite a lot of people. That's looking pretty busy. Great. There's Mr. Riva. I had to go ruin someone's day. I have to head over here. We have to kill quite a lot of mobs. It's going to become really, I mean, it's already really important, but even more important to have decent DPS and gear. Do this fast. Very nearly 61, which is great. It is a slow time, but that's okay. We don't have gear. Had a few issues with being gated with Reb. What level are you? Yeah, I take that back. The drop rate's actually pretty reasonable. Maybe 50%, a bit more than 50%, which is quite okay compared to some of the other ones. I will have to have a real good hard look at the quests here in Zethgor, because the drop rates for the talismans were extremely low. Rip pots. All this missing is just because I don't have any plus hit gear. Lost DPS in the toilet. Okay, got the last one. Very good. Going over here to kill these two dudes. Bell Reaver friend. This is an NA server because I'm oceanic. I'm still getting a lot of latency. That's fine. I'm kind of used to dealing with latency for BC, to be honest. But it would be nice to not have it. Okay. So this one, there's a dude here and there's a dude over there. See, we don't need any more of these mobs. We just have to kill a few on the way in. Kitty. I don't want to do this too close to the mob over there, just in case guy calls him over. Just in case. First one. Fairly confident these aren't going to be much of a bottleneck at launch, just because so far any named mobs for quests have been respawning quite quickly. Been really good. Maybe a minute is very decent. My only real concern at the moment, to be honest, is the opposite, which is that it appears dynamic respawning may create some fairly unintended consequences in some of these areas being heavily farmed. So it's going to be a little spicy. This is the other dude. Open up my routing here. Alright, I'm getting out of here. So we're going to go back to the Zeppelin and turn in the Voidwalker quest. And then we're going to go up here to this tower. Okay. Turning back into the leadership. All a little out of kilter at the moment just because that issue with the gating behind on a whole rep for some of these quests. And we'll have that for the next one. So one of these has got some, plus 15 crit and some attack. I think that will be very nice. Thank you very much. Into here, they do really down here. Nearly 61 as well. So do the exorcism. There's quest to turn in. I know it's making like a doubling up noise on the quest turn in. It's just a little wonky. It's going to be really interesting to see how this works. Bet on aggressive. I'm really interested to see how difficult this gets. Find out. And how long it takes. So we're at 3:44 at the moment. We'll just see how long this takes to actually do. If you haven't seen it, what happens is you basically do this exorcism. There'll be a few things that'll get spawned off him that you need to kill as he sort of floats around the room. And then they vomit some stuff on the floor, which creates some gross little mobs that you need to kill as well. The question is how difficult it is and how many of the mobs it spawns. Takes a whole minute for this to get started. Comes the vomit. All aboard the puke train. Oh yeah, we've all been there. Oh, getting busy. It's me. That's a lot of puke. Dang. Right, we're done. Follow. And I should just talk to him. Finished. Gotta actually talk to him to finish that. Okay. Trollbane. Restock. While I'm here. I know I'm throwing a lot of stuff out. So we just got to go to the hold and turn this in. Drill the drill master. We're nearly 61, ladies and gents. A lot of improvements we can make. Getting along okay. So we're going to go do drill the drill master. I'll just check what I have. So it's we're back on track. Right. Cool. So we're going to do drill the drill master, then we're going to the Temple of Telhamat. So the main thing with drill the drill master, I just want to see if it's solvable by pulling in from the top of the ramparts as opposed to the bottom. And we're just going to see what that's going to look like. Guys, how far is this guy patrolling? On a fair ways. Ah! Whoa. Do not fall down there. Do not recommend. Okay, so turn off, put this on this. Where is he? Okay, let's see if this is gonna work. Right, bring him back. happened? Dang. Close. Don't fuck him up. Regretting my life choices. Kitty. Friend kitty. Both looking a little bit rough. There we go. Cat. Broke. Alright, don't kill my cat. Oh, people being very gracious. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, scumbag cat. Come on. Did it. Down. Woo! On. Wish someone buffed me with wisdom. It's actually partly my fault because I used a high rank of Serpent Sting. So I chewed up. I mean, my mana pool is not that great anyway, so I just got like doubly chewed up. So I made a little bit of a hash, but we got there in the end. I got, it probably would have been a bit cleaner, but I just got completely fouled up with the neophyte that got pulled as well. I wasn't expecting it to try and cast something on me. So next time I'll just clear like the neophyte, some of the mobs first, and then pull him so that I don't get any additional mobs. Do that next time. How close are we to... Oh, look at that. Oh, pretty good. $10k to 61. And very interestingly, when I've been working on this routing with the questing and everything, it's always at this point on the way to the Temple of Telhamat that I'm like a bean stick off level 61. So that makes me feel pretty confident. This feels really good. Look how beautiful this is. Whoever designed the skies for Hellfire Peninsula has the soul of a real artist. It's beautiful. Wonderful. Then I get stomped by a Fell Reaver because I'm busy admiring myself and my toon and everything else. I'll go into the Temple of Telemet. Hellfire is going to be a skinner's paradise for people that aren't intending to level immediately. They can just cruise around Hellfire skinning and they'll make an absolute fortune. Alright, this is the next part. It's going to be interesting. See which quests are available at 60. Just bear with me for a sec because I'm going to go and have a little look up here and see what isn't available at 60 before I ding 61. Okay, so that's pretty normal to not be available. Right. This looks good. Let's pick all these up like we would normally. Notice the Road of Bones from Hellfire Citadel to the Dark Portal. Yeah, what about it, man? Or are you talking about like some actual physical bones or something? Like here, you're talking about? Go look at the road? Yeah, okay. That just also tells me that I don't need a breadcrumb to get the quest here, which is good. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. We're just running through here in Zangarmarsh this time just to suss it all out. But I am happy to just check stuff out. You reckon it just looks really cool? Bit lore-ish? Is that the thought? Straight back. We're getting pretty close to dinging now. On 4 hours. It's made from the bones of the massacre. Are you serious? Holy shit. Oh my god. Alright, I'll definitely have to check that out. That's horrifying. Whose vengeance? So close. Close. Really there. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out. I love stuff like that. I mean, I'm not going to say like I love it because it's like bones, but you know, I love the thought that someone somewhere was thinking, oh, what should we do here? And someone's like, let's just make it out of the bones of massacred Draenei. And someone else in the meeting would go, oh yeah, that sounds really cool. Let's do that. You know? Well, Crazy, I mean, that's what I've got you here for. I'm not the most observant of people. I get excited about some pretty weird stuff. But I always appreciate it when you guys point this stuff out to me because I think it's super cool. Got any dudes here? Yeah, here we go. See how we go with these. Go. No, I'm just terrible when it comes to lore, but that's why we have you. So I need beads of these guys. Fury's Vengeance. These here, we'll drop them as well, we should do. Going old school, drop the trap. Creature of habit. Gonna do some secret squirrel stuff after this quest. And you have to promise not to tell anyone. Ding! 61. Oh. Don't know what's showing is... That's correct. That's fine. Four hours. Only 50 minutes slower. My PB. I miss gear. Okay, next little group is up here. Okay. Guys aren't actually hitting as hard as I thought they would. That definitely is unnecessary. Now I've done them all now, Crazy. I'm done. I am completo. Sorry to do this to you, my friends, but guess what? Happening again. Oh my god, I'm okay with that. I've got so many other books I've been reading. It's not too bad, honestly, but they're just so good. Have you finished all of them now? On. So you started the We Are Legion series. Which is the what's the We Are Legion series? Is that something different? Legit question. It is? Alright, that's cool. I went back to reading Robin Hobb. I've read all of her books. Now back to reading even more. Oh, okay. Got a lot of fans of the series around, that's for sure. Yeah, the drop rate's about the same as it normally is. Crap. Okay. Oh, that's good. And it's like you're enjoying the actual book. Have you read Robin Hobb? It's not sci-fi, obviously. It's high fantasy. But it's grown to be like one of my favorites. Pools of Agana. Haven't. Basically about a dude who signs up for cryogenics, dies and gets brought back to life 100 years in the future but as a replicant. Oh, sucks to be him, man. I'd sue. It does sound like pretty good. I like that kind of stuff a lot. Cat. Someone's getting frozen. No one's getting frozen apparently. Okay. I have to add it to the list that's tatted in. So Robin Hobb has got a large number of book series about fantasy world called the Rain Wilds. She does some beautiful writing, very enjoyable. It's not gritty like Game of Thrones gritty. It's very much very thoughtful writing, very insightful and interesting to read. I really enjoyed it as a change of pace. But the thing that I really appreciated the most about it, apart from the fact that there's an enormous amount of books, is 110%. Just the quality of the writing is just wonderful. Really good. Read 4 more. Go on to the next. There's someone else doing this quest as well. As you can see. Book title, if you just look up Robin Hobb, H-O-B-B, pretty much the whole series. Would not find a point on it. I think if you go to her website, there's probably like a recommended like reading sequence. But it's just like the fits and the full ones are just great. There's like multiple trilogies, but they're all like set in the same place, but like they'll have different central characters. But there's like, so you can read each in their own right. But like if you read them in a particular sequence, you kind of appreciate them a little bit more, if that makes sense. I'll have a look. I'll send you a message with probably the best trilogy to start with to see whether you really like it or not. That would make sense. Okay. Still need 4 more. Guys clearing these out like mad. That's fine. Must be nice to have gear. It's on Audible or you can read it. I tend to do like pretty much everything on Audible these days. Need 4 more. This guy's just emptied the entire larder. The respawns are not too bad, as you can see. That what you read is pretty much textbooks now. Yeah, the Audible books for it are pretty good. Did you read, or did you listen to, you know, the space opera one for the Skippy books? I really enjoyed that. I downloaded like the high def version and it was just great. Yeah, I didn't understand. I know there was people that said that they didn't like it, but that seemed to be more about whether you got like the prior version where the sound effects were too loud and things like that. Like I would totally get that. Oh, I loved it. Oh my gosh. Who knows? Who are we to judge pure love? True love. And now I need to drink. Ooh, be angry. Okay. What do I need? 2 more. Looks like there's a couple of respawns in here. There's. Get the cat to pull them down because I'm too lazy. Here to go. Come on, my dudes. Hand it over. Cough up. Close you down to the next group. No, someone's just respawned. I'm going with the bird in the hand is better than 2 in the bush theory. If they're there, just grab them. Next thing you know, there'll be like a group of like 4 people come through and, you know, just shit out of luck at that point. And I got nothing for my efforts. Okay. 600,000 XP, here we come. Get it, kitty. I miss having mana and gear and decent weapons. Need 1 more. Go. Yeah, I'm going to... Oh, I can't dismiss my pet, that's right. Well, this is going to be interesting. Do some shenanigans to make this work. Alright, secret squirrel stuff, guys. Is we're going to find out if this works here. Going down there. Ah, wish me luck. Okay. Oh, the cat's coming with me. Alright, that's cool. I dig that. Right. Good. And we're done. Thanks, Chaz. It saves you going all the way around, eh? Good to see how these guys behave. Pretty good. Don't tell anyone you saw that. Secret speedrunner's business. Better if my pet would hold a bit more aggro. Rough. Oh! Didn't even set the trap off. Well. This one's mine, bro. Oh, he's gonna summon the dude. Is he gonna summon the dude? I want to see how he goes with the dude. No, he's not. Point. You can't get me too far away. I need 10 of these dudes. That's why I came down the back. There's more of them down the back than up front. Drink. Oh yeah, there's Agonis. He does fear. Curious to see whether he'll do it. Garab Lord Malex versus Agonis. How's that working out? Looks pretty good. It's gonna mess him up. Good to know. Someone cleared all of these dudes. Might have to go around the back of the statue to get the rest. Hold on. These have been cleared out as well. Oh, ones. Probably good. It's much easier when no one's playing the game. Just saying. We'll get the rest of the slimes on the way out. Just want to get the terraphenes done. No one likes you, bro. Well, weapons are nothing to me. Relent. I know that warlocks can solo this dude. Cat needs a feed. Paladin's a pretty good solo class. Yeah, look, I'm a big fan. As you know, big fan of the Pallies. The big dude up there, I reckon I'll only tackle like if I'm in the area at the time that is convenient and other people so happen to be ready to group up to do it. Otherwise I wouldn't. Like it's not something like in a speed run that I would solo because it would just take too long. Even if you were able to successfully get it down, it'd take ages. It would be very Paladin's great for watching TV. If you like watching TV, Paladins are wonderful. You can just like auto attack and you're done, you know? Need 2 more blistering rots. Bag them here. One here. Paladin's like the easiest watch Netflix and level class for sure. Go grab one more on the way down. Plenty of them. No mana. Okay, that's the last of them. Go back to the temple. Go. Got a green cat today. Mounted. Bell Reaver comes through this way. Like he's around. Comes tramping through here, it's great. Big fan. We're going to turn this in and then we're going to come back where we are and kill Aganar. Then a half back to Honor Hold. On real nice. Have a look and see how many people are still playing. Still full. Plenty of people playing. So temple's fine. I think that I won't have to do as much with the writing as I thought I would so far. Okay, so let's see if there's a brain. Gonna give him a smack and go, oi! Bad boy. And the crew's like, choke me harder. Blah 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 blah. And then we'll start the quest. Yep. Turn it in. The other quest here should be available now as well. It is. Good. Yeah. Down. Atonement. Tools of Aganar. with the Cenarian post. Ambitious plan. Like a glove. Oh, nice. Oh, going back through here again. Yum. So we're not doing anything with these orcs again, we're just literally just riding through to get to the back of the pools. That's literally all we're doing here. This would go a lot faster if I had a 100% mount. Want to aggro the hunters because they net. Now awake. Alright. Down. Chunk. I do have a parachute cloak on my 60 hunter. But for now this is going to have to do. Oh, my growl's off. I was wondering why everything was aggroing me. Ooh. Get topped up here. Then summon the dude. This thing here. Good day. Abjure is the word for the day. You seek to abjure my father's presence. Bit hard to be feared. God bestial wrath on. Oops. Anyway. Okay, actually no, we're done here. I can just half. So. Do a little restock. Rubbish, rubbish. Gonna need that. Rubbish, rubbish, rubbish. Okay. Yeah. Gotta go to the hold. Turn this quest in. Get in, draw the drill master. Let's see, I don't think any of these from memory were any real good. That is though, I'll use that. I know it's leather, but it's be a bit better. Okay, so we're going south from here. We've got to go to the Voidwalkers and collect a crystal for a quest at the temple. Then we're going to do a little bit of a tour along the quests to clear out there. Do them all in one run, basically. I've managed to not be clobbered by the Fell River yet, which makes me very uncomfortable. Because you know, you got to pay the tax eventually, you know. So it's a the other sort of void walker that we need. Uncontrolled. If it's become available. It is. Okay. Stop doing the thing! There we go. There we go. That's done. Yes. Hardest part of that is not killing them too fast. So beautiful, look at that. Just glorious. I think from memory these guys aren't working as intended, and where they've got a little thing that they do. Says he's defending himself, but it's not doing the thing. I mean, I don't mind either way. It's just, what I'll have to do is just grab the details of the name of the actual attack they're meant to do. And then I'll put in a bug report for it. I'm gonna kill a few whelps, and then good luck. Right, we are here. I'm just gonna get rid of this duck. Get this quest done.
Yeah, we're on it.
This dude here. Slight technicality unaccounted for. Other people trying to kill the matriarch while I'm clearing a path to Kaida. Can do about that. But we'll just see how we go. Furry Fist. That's a name. Let's see how Furry Fist fares. Oh, Huntadan. My dudes, this is not going to end well for you. I kind of want to like rack up some popcorn. Let's see how he goes. Who's going to kite him? Okay, I'm going to get out of his way so I don't mess him up. We'll just watch the action here. I might have to re-clear if it takes too long though. That... Oh, he's still going. Okay, he's in trouble. It's not that I don't want to help, it's just that I'm here to test and I want to solo test this. Please don't think I'm an asshole. Normally I would help. Traveling. You winning? He's killed Black Talon. That's impressive. Oh. Good job, man. I'm gonna give him a cheer. I'm not gonna... Oh, maybe we should wait to see how long it's gonna take for it to respawn. I'm not gonna wait. I'm impatient. More. Wanted to buy. Yeah. on to the next one. And squeeze through here without pissing everything off. This is the little horde Falcon Watch down here. So we've got a few quests here. You got the breadcrumb from Honor Holds to go here. You need another guard bidder, which you need to pick up back in the Blasted Lands. You can pick up before you go through the portal. Go pick them up. Here to do. And gaining Mirren's trust, which is what the Netherguard bidder is for. And then he gives you a quest. I'm not going to do those two quests straight away. I'm going to go do the Ravagers first because there's not as many of them. So worst case scenario, you can sort of go do the Ravagers. And then you can sort of come back and do the other quest, then come back and do this again if you run out of mobs. You guys are assholes. Quietly. Get him, kitty. Fuck him up. Hey Arcanol, how's it going? How's it feeling? It's actually feeling really good. Having no dead zone is pretty sweet, I gotta tell ya. So it's these green dudes that we need. What got removed? Oh, I thought you were saying that my chat was going to censor you or something. I was just like, no, I haven't censored anything today. Yeah, the dead zone's gone. Mac, you decided Alliance Shammy it is. You're just trying to upset me now. How are you guys doing? What's news? What's going on? What have you been up to? How's things treating you? Got any plans for BC? Doing good? You enjoyed your support warrior during the time I played Classic. Now the life support needs to be turned off. Very sad. Rip warrior. These guys don't drop corrosive mist as much on the beta, which makes me very happy because that shit is not good. You wonder why it's taking me so long to kill these things? Because I got like no gear. Unfortunately, like a lot of other people, I have not been lucky enough to get beta myself. But I have been lucky enough to have friends allowing me to borrow theirs, so I can practice some stuff in here. Do some testing. But it does mean that, of course, I can't use my own hunter. I've got to use a level 58 cookie cutter hunter to test with no gear, basically. It's great. Big fan. Totally recommended. Don't think there's any fun weapons in TBC. Are there any... This is going to be a really dumb question. I'm going to apologise. You've got the Warglaives. Is there anything else that's like really iconic weapon-wise in BC? It's not something I tend to pay a lot of attention to. I'm more interested in like quests and going places for some reason. Gorehowl, what's that? The Bulwark of Azeroth. See, it just doesn't have the same ring as Thunder Fury. No one invited you, big guy. Go away. Oh, it didn't work. Fantastic. Is that it though? Just Gorehowl and the Bulwark? Is that it? Because the Bulwark, that's got to be like a shield, right? Picked up the Stoppable Force again. 2. Drop rate of loot's been pretty good. As a shield, you still don't have. The Arcanol, you need to check if there's any strange and useful weapons. I'm just thinking more along the lines of like legendaries or just like iconic stuff people like. Another green bastard. Let's get him. Here, bro. Stop hitting me. That would be pretty sweet. As a resident healer, I would love that as well. Stun mobs do no damage. Just saying. Yeah, no? Okay, this is what I was saying. So I've got 5 of these dudes down. It's only this little patch. I'll just have a little look down here. There should be maybe one more here. Nope. We'll go do the other quest and then come back and do this again. The others have respawned. Really the only way to do this without going crazy. Hell Reaver. That sounds pretty cool. Level 63 chicken. Come on. Down. The Ravager, yeah, Ravager is best for hunters. Except in PvP, I believe it's a Scorpid for PvP. But Ravager for sure, until I think you get a certain amount of gear, and then Wind Serpent is biz. Just purely because you get so much focus available for the pet, you got to be able to dump it with like a big ability, otherwise it's just wasted focus. Hey Dark, how's it going, man? Yeah, a bit delayed, mate. How are you doing? What's news? It's been a while. I've been having a great day today. I've had so many old friends dropping in. Just great to see everyone's been out and about doing their thing. Happy days. Yeah. What's news, my friends? How's your day been? Oh, thank you. There's no point congratulating me though, because I don't have beta access. This is a loaner from a friend who has beta access. They were very kind enough to offer to let me borrow it for a while to test some stuff, which I'm incredibly appreciative of. But unfortunately, I myself don't have it. Are you thinking it's like a strategy to keep people from getting annoyed that I've got it? I'm the same as everyone else. I keep checking my emails like 10 times a day to see if I've got it. You just want a release date, Mac? Me too. I want to be able to book my leave into. I kind of want one and I don't want one because I still got so much work to do on the leveling route for 60 to 70 that I don't even want to think about it. I know every bit that I work on is one bit more that gets done, which is great, but it's still... I'll feel better when I've got it close to being complete. Coming into beta and finding that like the very first quests here in Hellfire are wrong because they're gated behind on an old rep was very disconcerting, I can tell you. You've unsubbed to WoW again, haven't rage quit, just waiting on the next retail patch. You're not playing Shadowlands? Because that's been really good so far. I've been really enjoying that. I thought I killed you already. Why are you not dead? How could you run out of things to do on Actually, no, I actually know how you can run out of things to do. Because I only log on to raid like twice a week now. I know exactly what you're talking about. No, it's fair enough. Waiting for 9.1. I totally get that. 100%. Get some of this shit out. Yeah, same here. To be honest, like, I wouldn't be playing Shadowlands apart from the fact that I've got friends that play retail. They've been friends that I've, you know, played with for a long time, and I just really enjoy their company. I think that's as good a reason to play the game as any, to be honest. These chickens pump. Oh, he's missed the thing. I'll use it on the next one. One feather. Ah. Put him over this trap so it doesn't get wasted. Plenty of other things to do. Yeah, heaps of really good games. Lots of other things. I've been like focusing a lot on Classic and BC lately, unsurprisingly. But there's heaps of other stuff to do as well. Nice to be spoilt for choice, right? So what we're doing here at the moment is working on playtesting leveling route through Hellfire Peninsula and Zangarmarsh, seeing how that looks, how the quests play out, any particular quirks and foibles they have that we haven't sort of allowed for. We've already run into a few of those, and no doubt we'll run into a few more before we're done. Come on, kitty. Best plan. I don't want to kill that blood elf. Great. It's gonna be one of those runs. No feathers. Those guys coming in to fuck us up. Here we go. Oh god. Do not want. Oh shit. Here we go. Oh, my idea of a good time. Bang out loud. Nah. Getting stuck on everything now. That's a long walk. The walk of shame. I'm sure there's a lot of stuff I could have done. Yeah, F's in the chat. Ripperino. Oh, died a few times. I know there's things I can do to sort of just avoid having that happening. I'm really not too concerned at the moment, to be honest, because I know it's not going to be a fast run, so I don't particularly care. I don't have gear. It's all a little bit BC light. Yeah, hardcore, we go again. Level 1. All over, Red Rover. I think we'll do hardcore for Burning Crusade, but we'll probably wait until like the initial rush of a fresh expansion, so to speak, is over. People settle down a bit and then they're starting to get a little bit bored and looking for something else to do, and then we'll fire up hardcore Burning Crusade. Make some fresh achievements for Burning Crusade, 1 to 70. Oh my god, Dark, am I ever excited about the Mass Effect remaster. I am drooling. Let me tell you, when that comes out, I'm going to be a very, very happy camper. Can't even begin to describe how excited I'm going to be about that. It's going to be amazing. And then I'm going to play Mass Effect 1 and Mass Effect 2, Mass Effect 3, and then I go, I need to make new Mass Effect movies and put them on YouTube. And then I will curse myself because I don't have enough time to do it, and then I'll do it anyway. And it's going to take me like 2 years like it did last time. And I have zero regrets because, you know, I really had wanted to do one for Mass Effect 1 and 2 before the remaster, and just gave it up as a project that was going to be too difficult. It was just too unfriendly to moviefy and make it look nice. So I pulled the pin. But it'll be a different story, I think, with the remaster. I'll make things a bit easier. As soon as I can get some mods to be able to make that happen, it'll be awesome. These respawns are surprisingly fast. Suspiciously fast, maybe. And there's quite a lot of people playing, and I know that sort of affects it, but like these are like very dynamic. But I'm pretty sure that was just like a straight up respawn. Kierkegaard. I'm digging that name. Go back. You'll only be excited. The indoctrination theory, like, it's just too much of a stretch. You know? It's just bad writing that it sort of comes out that way. Even when I did the movie for Mass Effect 3, there was so much of that shit that I edited out because it just seemed a bit lame. No? What was I know what it is, I just can't remember what it was called, but you know how they had the original plan for Mass Effect, kind of that dark energy, dark matter thing that was going to be like the cause of like the Mass Effect. Do you remember that? And then they never quite made it happen. You reckon that theory would save the ending? How about they just fix the ending? Like, would that be okay? Because I would be 100% down for that. I just need to fix the ending. Come on, I can't have all the aggro. Ridiculous. Kill it. You reckon the indoctrination theory would fix the ending? What was your chosen ending, out of curiosity? These are respawning way too fast. I gotta say, it's just too fast. It's gonna be an issue. This respawning on top of me. You never played ME3 again after they changed the ending. Wow. I did not mind the ending. I've got to tell you, I didn't play it until they brought the revised, updated ending stuff in. And while some of it was a bit janky, I liked the idea of the way that it finished. I thought that was really good. Nah, it's like Chaz, it's like nah. It could have been better written for sure. You know? There's a bit of Deus Ex Machina going on that I wasn't a fan of, I'll be honest. But I was okay. It's supposed to be like, you know, overcoming all odds for the benefit of mankind thing. Andromeda was okay. I think the biggest problem, personally, that they had with Andromeda was that they gave it to too junior of a studio to do, and I think it really showed. They took like one of their biggest franchises and just gave it to a crew that just needed to be a bit more advanced in their abilities. Having said that, I did play Andromeda. It was pretty good. I enjoyed it in its own right. It's not as good as the other Mass Effect games in the quality of the storytelling and the polish, but it was still very good in its own right. A lot better than some games that have come past since, like Anthem, for example, which I desperately wanted to love, but just couldn't. The combat was very nice. And you know, the graphics, the design of the worlds was really nice as well. I really, really enjoyed that. You know? There's some really good little plot lines in there. There's a lot of nods to the original Mass Effect games as well. It's just, I mean, how do you top the original Mass Effect series? It's a pretty hard ask, especially if you're giving it to a different studio to do it. Is it optimized for PS5? Would it work? Legit question. Apparently none of these chickens have got feathers. But yeah, as you know, I'm a big fan of the series, so you know, they could give it to the world's worst studio and produce something super dodgy, and I'd probably still play it, to be honest. So we're just over an hour into level 61. So about 110k XP an hour, which is a little bit of a ramp up from level 60. It is still problematic. There's no getting around the fact that it's problematic because I just got no gear, no plus hit, no crit. Can't do nothing about that, unfortunately. I can put my point in palette though, like a grown up. So there should be like a named mob floating around. Avru, I think it is. I've got a note. I've got to find it. To drop a quest, like it's not for a quest, it's got like one of those quest items it can drop. Avru's orb, yeah. Sorry, I was looking at my my notes. You hate how the PlayStation 5 was released with the full info on what you need. Oh really? So Mac, I don't have a PlayStation 5. We've still got a PlayStation 4 here. What's the go? Give me the goss. Is there like a certain TV that you have to have for it to work? Is that what you're saying? You need a 4K monitor that supports 144Hz, and the TVs you need one with HDMI 2.1. Are you serious? Wow. That's, I don't even know what to say to that. That is ridiculous. I'm gonna pull Avru over. So he should drop Avru's orb. Apparently, that's what my notes say. So let's see what he's got. I had to come up here anyway because I've got to get more chickens. Otherwise you're plugging in a PS4. How much dark mending does the dark mending do? Quite a lot. Okay. Slow cast. Every orb. That's a quest. Take Avru's orb to the Halishi altar, southeast of the den of Halish in Hellfire Plunge. Give it to Arenas. Hidden to the southeast of the Arakoa's den. Okay. Oh, it must be over here. Alright, let's do that and see what happens. Let's see if it's worthwhile doing. It has to be over here somewhere. Nice, hard at work. So you're saying the other thing is that not a lot of games play at 120 FPS. Okay. These are things that I'm learning. I'm just amazed that anyone actually managed to get their hands on one. There's been so much drama with scalpers. Do we not have them at all here, Mac? Is that why it's not really on the radar here? Because it's just not here, full stop? Go to the US, walk into Walmart. Oh, okay, so it's just really more here that's an issue. That and high-end graphics cards. Oh, I see. Okay, fair enough. They wanted to keep them all in the States or something, I suppose. I'm assuming that it's here somewhere. I don't know. The Halishi altar. Hidden to the southeast. Well, this doesn't look very hidden, but I guess we'll check it out. I've not done this quest before, so I only had I wrote a recent note about it to check it out. Are you seeing some come in regularly now, Dark? Oh, okay, yeah. So just, there's like a limited quantity. Is there an altar here? That counts as an altar, right? It looks like a table though. Oh, Halishi altar. Oh, you can go upstairs. Alright, that's cool. I'm down with that. Who knows what we're going to find up there, right? What could possibly go wrong? You haven't had one in stock. Yeah, that's what I was curious about. Because, you know... Sif, I just keep fucking forgetting to press it. I'm like, I normally have it here. And it's kind of out of sight, out of mind. Honestly, normally I'll use it on cooldown. And by the way, hello, how you doing? Oh, okay. You must fight you. Okay, I can do that. We'll beat you up, why not? Thanks for reminding me. Sif, I tell you what, every time I don't use it, just remind me. It's actually proven to be a little bit more awkward than I thought to be operating with this setup. Now what? Alright. You're free. So what's the quest reward? Cloak, an intellect ring, 12 agi, attack power, 28. Yeah. 10,000 experience, now we're talking. That's all we care about is the XP. Okay, what I'll do is I'll just do these nests while I'm here. Sif's like ready to just type in bestial wrath. Bestial wrath. Get off this nest, dude. I rescued you. Why haven't you left? Why not get to it? Dude, my dude. Go away. I can't click it. That's annoying. Oh, come on, man. Help a brother out, so to speak. Gonna aggro everything here. Because why not? Lol. Oh, that's right. I was going up here to kill some more of those chickens. I feel a bit hard done by that you're not going to remind me to keep pressing Bestial Wrath now. I was like, yes! Moral support. And then Sif's like, nah. I'm just like, oh, that's a bit rough. Fine. Like that. I understand. The Aru again? It is. Or Avru, whatever his freaking name is. Yeah, I probably should just keybind it. What I could do is make a macro to just automatically start that shit. That would be smart. And it got blown off. How rude. Okay. Why do these birds have no feathers? All the birds are up here. So the drop rate for these has been low on the private servers and definitely low here. We've killed a fair few birds. I'd say it's million, but loop her over. I'd say that there's a fairly good, maybe 25% drop rate on these feathers. This is sort of where like having much better DPS, better gear, more hit really comes into its own. When you got to kill a whole swag of these guys, like just the amount of time saved is just incredible. I'm going to kill Avu again because I want to get to those chickens on the other side. And Bestial Wrath, just to keep Sif happy. I appreciate you reminding me, don't worry. Hard to mend when you're dead, I suppose. I know. I don't know how long it's going to take for Avu to respawn. Probably not long. Still need 2 more feathers. I've got to say, apart from the fact that some of the quests in Honor Old were gated behind friendly rep, other than that, all the quests have been working beautifully. The mobs are working beautifully. I'm not really seeing any huge issues. There are definitely issues with some of the skills for the hunter and no doubt for the other classes, and things like mana regen are not working properly, but this is on the whole for beta being out for 4 days at this stage working a lot better than when the classic beta came out. I can tell you it took like several weeks for classic to get to this level, so I'm really pleased to see that. They're doing a great job behind the scenes. Got no idea how big the team is. I've only seen that there's been maybe 2 or 3 patches that have gone out, including one rather large patch. They've addressed quite a lot of stuff. They still have a lot more stuff to address, but yeah, so far so good. If it has those issues rectified, you know, apart from the controversy about, you know, paying for a level 58 boost and the drums drama at the moment, like there's a lot to be really happy about, you know, in terms of the playability. Every respawn, is it? Still need one more feather. I'll hit that nest back up the top and just see, might get lucky to just finish it there rather than having to fight through a ton of these respawning buggers. Still need to go back over to the Ravagers and finish those off. Gonna mana back up again first. Oh, elephants outside. Alright. Where's Pet gonna go? Gonna follow me down? It is! Oh, that's some nice pathing. Nice. Been really happy with the pathing on the Pet so far in the beta. It's been really good. Pathing on the mobs has been quite good as well. Okay. Right. Yeah. Fingers crossed for one more feather. It's super first. What do you reckon, guys? One of these? Nope, not that one. Nope. Damn it. Oh, what a pain, what a pain. Oh well. What I might do rather than going back down again, if it doesn't drop off this one, I'm just going to go get the Ravagers done. And then by the time I finish the second half of the Ravagers and come back and just do this nest again, and hopefully it will drop. Not keen enough to go clear through a whole pile of Arakara again to get one more feather. Can avoid it, I will. Gonna do. Plus these maniacs. Oh, what are you editing, man? What's going on? What have you been up to? And I feel your pain having done that myself. Ugh. It seems easy until you do it. Yeah, I've been told that like short videos tend to be more favorable than long ones. Get up there. Two more. Get this guy out the way. Yeah, people got short attention spans, and quite frankly, depending on the material you're using, like you can probably say something in 20 minutes that you know that you have in 40 if you're fairly ruthless. I've seen a fair few videos where, you know, they really could have removed a lot of the content. It wasn't really necessary. One thing I have been told is that the sub 1 minute YouTube clips have been getting a lot of favorable attention from the YouTube algo. Oh, that's a thing apparently. Last one I need down there. Give me a big fella. Guy. Get that other guy to run away. Run the other way. Just gonna follow him around. Yeah, that's what I heard, Sif. So that could be a interesting option. Go to 64 gold. I'm rich. Okay. We're gonna get that last feather. They respawn yet? Oh, they haven't respawned. I did it too fast. There's a problem, I guess. Alright. Come on, get up there. Oh, these guys were not convinced. Yes, I know. Bestial Wrath. Don't want to kill me. Very rude. Alright, boys and girls, cross your fingers. And get one more feather. Blowing off the side. No. Fuck you, bird. I only want one feather. Look how many of you I have to kill just to get my one freaking feather. You're doing it to yourselves. Nope. Mocking me at this stage. Here we go. One of you's gonna get frozen. Yay! I'll kill this guy to celebrate. If only I had enough mana to make him stop doing that. Ready? We're done. Go turn these in. Turn these in, and then what are we doing? Going to Cenarian Post after that. I'm out here. I can. Happy days. Oh, really? There's a lot of dismounting on the 60%. Be interested to see how that changes on the 100% mount, because it seems to be fairly rampant. 30,000 XP. So level 61. Doing for an hour 40. 180 XP. So maybe 110, about 110 XP an hour. Save these guys for a minute. I'm going to come back and kill them in a minute. See what the Hellball blood drop rate's going to be on these guys. The quests, all the quests are available, and this is the turn in for that bag that dropped off the crust bursters. Two gold and 10k XP, why not? Colossi. Yeah, so I'm going to do Hellballs first. I know that the quests aren't showing them, we just put them up so you can see what we're doing. Which one is one here? Here. Thank you. Dinner's here. Bacon veggies for tea. Take a little hiatus. 10 minutes to eat dinner. Let's start. One sample. I'll just temporarily BRB and I will Steak is amazing. The other half gets all the bonus points. In the meantime, because I've not played Subnautica before, yeah, one of their favourite songs from there. Enjoy that while I can. Believe it or not, they play that while you're submarine. Quite funny. But if you guys haven't checked out Subnautica, yeah, it's dinner's really finished. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Get that timer back on. Kill some pigs. Hey, Dark. Thanks. How you get all the guys. Hiccups. 8 too fast, man. Karma. Who's still on? Still full. Here you go. drop rate's a little lower than I would have liked, but that's okay. I had to do this like a few times, just really get a feel for what the drop rate's going to be like on some of these. More samples dropping. Come on, buddy. Bet it's play day. One more sample. Hey Grazzy, no I haven't, hey, I still haven't touched it. I know people talk about how good it is, I just like, I hope I don't regret it because I do love a good story. I think it's just there's so much other stuff on that I don't want to do a little bit of everything. How about you? I saved a few of these. I saved like one dude, there's been some respawn, but I saved him because I got the next part of this quest. You gotta go kill one of these dudes after you dose it up with some drugs. Very responsible of the Cenarian outpost, I must say. Where is it? On here. I think I was a Dread Tusk now, so I'm assuming it's yes. You may get a couple more episodes out. What do you mean? You're talking about like the game, right? That should be completing the quest, and it is. Yeah, okay. But you just threw me when you said braid right there. Chop chop. Okay, so now I've got to go to the ruin of Shinar here. This will be interesting. You read the first 9 to 20 hours of the original. I don't understand. Isn't it a game? Aggro. More aggro. Who's gonna stay here and who's gonna leave? The way these guys should work is it should kill the taskmaster and the brutes should run away. That's how it should work. If that happens. It's our chance, run for it. There you go. Let it go up the back. I'll pull a little aggro from dude. He's passed without getting butchered. Roll here as well. Like. Give me 1 sec, buddy. I'm just gonna. It's rolling. The original was 3 discs. PS1. Where the remake ends is essentially the end of disc 1, but it's much longer than the original. I shot the story. Okay. Well, it has to be good. I mean, if you like it that much after so long. Might not be WoW related, but without FF7, WoW wouldn't have been where it is. Okay. Hard for me to have any context because I've never played it. Gotta go in here. E. Yeah, what's with this spelling, man? Setting a bad example for everybody. Yeah, is that what it is? That's your excuse and you're gonna stick to it? Oh, I see. It's very convenient. It's such a dag. Can't stop with the thing. Go free, big fella. I let the wind. Need to kill some of these guys anyway, so you know, whatever. Yeah, that's exactly what I meant, Prez. 110%. Get out. Good. Big guy must be out the front. The respawns on these is pretty quick. Oh. Alright, I will, Casey. You gonna go get some sleep, mate? Yeah, it's pretty late there. What, nearly midnight? Getting towards midnight. And after last night you cooked, yeah, fair enough. Well, you've had a big day, you know. Oh, that's fair enough. Way to go do some stuff. I need one more relic and I need to kill the dude with the thing. Where is it? Looking for the thing. This? Okay, let's just do that. Be out the front, is he? Yeah, he's out the front. Alright, yeah, I'll catch up with you tomorrow, man. Sleep well. It's a tidy quest chain, really, this one. Get a lot. The last bit here. Point 6. Better go kill some Ravagers. Come on. Me. Really? Getting everyone's attention. We're running at about 130k XP an hour now, which is about right for the second half of Hellfire for this level of gear. Going a lot more smoothly as well, which helps. Got a bunch of quests we're going to be able to turn in fairly shortly. Going pretty good. I'd be very interested to actually compare the values for leveling solo with the questing as compared to the XP per hour that'll be coming out of the dungeons with a reasonably competent, reasonably well-geared group. I'd be extremely interested to see what's going to happen with the dungeon cap. I know they did say they were going to increase it from Classic because the dungeons here in B are a little slower. No, a little slower, a little faster, a little shorter. That's the word I was looking for. A little bit shorter. So, you know, 30 dungeons a day. Seems like a lot. I guess it's not a lot if you're doing them every half an hour. Only 15 hours worth of dungeons a day. You're gonna run out. So we're just clearing our Ravengers to keep one hill fang, hill clear. Once that's done, we're going quest in. Then we need to kill one of these giants, get a crystal drop, and I'm going to be very interested to see how it goes, because normally with the elite giants I'll just kite one. Guards just don't keep up. But as to how that's going to look on the beta, I guess we're going to find out. All about at the end of the day, having a look and seeing how things actually play out. Haven't found too many bugs so far on Hellfire that haven't already been identified. It's actually going very smoothly. It's going to be very, very nice for people to play once they iron out this handful of bugs that they've got on here so far. I think people are going to be really pleased. I know there's a bit of controversy about some of the stuff that's going on with BC, the 58 boost, how pre-patch is going to work, the dungeon limit, and so on. And of course the drums controversy. But I think it's easy to lose sight. It's a very big game. There's a lot of stuff in here. You know, that could be a lot worse than what it is. It's really very smooth. Playing really nicely. Did some testing of some of the new BC hubs at lower levels, Dust Wallow. That played really nicely. You'll be feeling a little bit more confident about how the game's playing. The leveling's going nicely. Keeping in mind this is just a very basic level 58 cookie cutter tune that I ran up to 60 before I started doing the leveling route here in Hellfire. It's got no real gear. There's a little handful of upgrades that I've picked up along the way here in Hellfire. That's about it. So if we have a look, just a bit of itchy. This is from here, this is from here, and then just some basic agility, strength type stuff. This is from here. Stamina and crit on the gauntlets. Okay. It's not amazing what you would class amazing gear. There's a few little upgrades here and there. Bows an upgrade. 800 range attack power, 13% crit. No plus hit, unfortunately, which is a bit of an issue when you're killing mobs 2-3 levels higher than you, but for all that, it's going quite well. That's just a-holes. There's quite a few people from my guild on Aragorn that are on beta. They're working hard to test the dungeons. Very interested to see what their XP per hour is going to be coming. Extremely confident fellows. Very, very good at clearing dungeons at a rate of knots. As far as the best XP an hour you're going to get out of a dungeon, I don't think you would find another group that would be far off what they would be putting out in the BC dungeons here on beta. Give us a real good idea of what the top end XP per hour will look like in dungeons. One more bitterness with her. Yeah. Need a Colossus. Dude. Oops. Oh no, the Carpe crew are here. Time to see how these guys are going to go down. Find out. Let's do it the default way first. Wow, these guys have got no guts at all. What's going on? In. All right. I'm gonna conveniently blame that on being excited to see my guildies. Gonna do this one the old-fashioned way. Huh. Interesting. Let's try that again. It's got a leash. All right. It's got El Leasharudies. I shouldn't have started like no manner. Not the best plan. Is that evade again? That's annoying. Can't just pull them back while you're killing stuff. Alright, third time lucky. Come on. No mana. That's gonna need some work. Oh. Okay. So normally I would just kite these dudes around and ignore the shards. Should be pretty easily done with a little bit more gear. And, well, to be fair, a little bit more for that. Well, that was pretty rough, but doable. I did not to worry about actually doing Colossal Menace at this stage because it is relatively slow if you're doing solo. If you're not doing a solo, then I'm sure it'll be a relative piece of cake. But we're not doing that, we're just doing the Crimson Crystal one. And we're done here, then we're going to Zangamash. Cool Taskmasters, what is it? I've got to turn these in first. I think I was supposed to turn these in before, but I forgot. Yeah, I did. I was supposed to do that before I finished. There's a way to get in through this way, as long as you can avoid El Giantos. They're not actually showing. Oh god, I've got elementals on instead of giants. I'll probably be explaining them. Never go full retard. Okay. So Zanga's next. We just gotta turn these in. I didn't do Rock Flare because that dude killed him. The last. Any of these? Slayer's Riscard. Very nicely. Yep. And we'll just tidy up. Got one more little quest here to do and then we're done. Gonna have a quick look at where we're gonna finish up XP wise. Up as well. Some sense out of it all. Made 200 gold in Hellfire. A little bit more tidy, doesn't it? And we'll just arrows? No, I think the arrows are somewhere else here. Put a nip down here. We'll abandon this for now. But tend to abandon it. We'll down ditch Colossal Menace as well. Where is it? There. Broken? Is it doing a thing? be doing a thing. Oh, there we go. I think it's broken. Not giving us the actual RP. Bug report will need to request in. For the first. I can try this out. Oh, actually no, I'll hang on to that. I need to test that. One in. And this is the last one here for Hellfire on the routing that I have. Hey Chatty. Get 1.5 levels with no rested XP. Right, so we're done here. So for basically for level 60, 350,000 XP, and it's been 2.5 hours. So about 140k XP per hour in the second half of Hellfire. And a full 1.5 levels in Hellfire. That's with excluding a few of the group quests. That's not absolutely everything in here. Patty, it'll be faster than that. It's slow with this particular character for a few reasons. One is we're just sort of trying to get a handle on what's going on here. And the other thing is that, of course, I'm on a 60% mount. I've got no real gear to speak of. I've got no buffs, no pots. Mana regen isn't working properly the way that it should. I'm missing some training skills like as it Cobra reflexes or Cobra strike in here. It's not there. So there's like a few niggles. That will increase rate. But we're done. We're done with Hellfire and we're going to Zanger. Yeah, I won't be able to tell you until I've done it a few times, to be honest. But yeah, probably around there. Hey Fears, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Appreciate you. Hope you've been having a good day, enjoying watching some content. Hello. What's that wink for? Do I know you? Into the Zanger Marsh. Here's my directions for here. Accept everything. That's my direction. Very technical. And here is the quartermaster. Got the keys in here. Where's the key? Hiding. Reservoir key. People gonna want that. Quest. This is all looking as I would normally expect to see it. It's looking good. And this is the breadcrumb from Hellfire, from the temple. This is good. I like that this is available. Warden's available. Thinking about drum drama. Oh god. Yes, and you're curious. Well, some people are drum dramatic. I'm honest. I do, the Kirkin. Oh my god. Very, very vaguely. I remembered that name. I remember that name. Holy smokes. Right. Found he was added, and then what? At the time when BC was released, the Kirkin was tameable. This was fixed. In the Echoes of Doom patch, the Kirkin was made tameable once again, this time as a member of the Corehound exotic pet family who requires exotic vestiges to capture. But what, are you thinking that you might be able to tame him in BC? So in theory at level 65 he's better than drums. I don't understand how you're drawing that analogy, right? At the moment, honestly, everything is better than drums. Like, just in terms of its execution, that's for sure. I think a lot of people are pretty unhappy about the changes. But you reckon he's going to be tameable? That would be interesting. You reckon tame him instead of killing him? Is that the logic? Hey Tactics, how you doing, man? We had a few hiccups in Hellfire. Some of the early Hellfire quests are reputation gated. You've got to be friendly with Honor Hold to pick them up. But other than that, it's going great. Oh, and the elite giants next to the Temple of Tillamat are leashed as well, so you can't just drag them, fortunately. But they do seem to die a lot easier than you expect, so that's good. Innkeeper is the outside. Is he? So is he upstairs? Is that him there? Oh, he's there. Alright, cool. Yes, I would like to make Terramordor my new home. Thank you very much. I also tested the portal in Dust Wallow. That works. A treat. Some of the drop rates are low in Hellfire, like they're like pretty shitty low. But on the upside, the crust bursters don't just jump around everywhere like maniacs. They're pretty easy to deal with. Why do I keep missing this? That's annoying. I'm now on my way to the Mire. I'll try to keep a note of what the drop rate's going to be for stuff in the Mire. Secret, yeah. Did I say, I said I should schmortle in Schmushed Wallow. Pretty sure that's what I said. Yeah, the good old elevators. I've got my parachute cloak on my my main hunter. Thank God. The famous elevator, yes. Very famous elevator. Ah, I got ripped. And lots of bones at the bottom. Yeah, well, you're not wrong. It's like the elevator in Undercity, right? But I've done everything basically that I wanted to do in Hellfire. Ended up halfway through 61. It's gone really well. Everything's behaved really nicely in Hellfire. Just a few little quirks. That's been no problem at all, really. This is my first run through Zanger on the beta as well. So they fixed the XP per mob in Outlands, as you know. Made life a little bit easier. But this tune, because this is a loner, yeah, it's just not a lot of gear on this tune, unfortunately. It's very weak sauce. Bad. Pet got the buff. Guys and spores. Increases all attributes by 30. I didn't get it though. Sucks. Snag the next one. So increases all attributes by 30. 158.4 DPS. We'll look at how that looks. Give it to me. Give me the buff. No. Rude. One little buff. It's not a lot to ask for. Who's this? Oh, scoring, floating around. There he is. See him. So we're doing a few things initially here in the Deadmire. We're killing Marshfangs for a quest. We've got to kill Sporewing for a quest. Sporewing's just behind me, I just saw him. We've got to kill Boglords for a Withered Basidium, which is starts the quest. And we need a soil sample as well, which is a little further in. We're going to keep the Boglord tendrils. We're going to use them for Sporagar rep later on. There's a turn-in for them with XP attached. So well worth the effort. Pop up. See we're after Spalwing. By the way, you can tame these critters, these spore bats, as a hunter. However, they don't do damage, which is an interesting flavor. I'll probably test it some stage when I'm not just working on the leveling. But yeah, apparently you can tame them, you can have them as a pet, but they don't actually do anything. Change spores. Don't actually need withered giants. I'm just going to kill him for good a reason as any, I suppose. Got spore wings, so I'm just going to make my way in to get that soil sample and get some more bog lords. No idea what the drop rate's going to be on that basidium, but we want to snag it. Don't need the hydras at this stage. A soil sample, there's one. We only need the bog lords at this stage. And so we've got more people getting into the beta, which is cool. Stop sucking water out of me, that's just rude. Good. There's many around as I thought there would be. To be honest, still a bit close to that hydra. Like the social central, is it? Okay, so I need fungal spores. Let's try the bog lords from a distance because they're the big bastards. That's a technical term. Nope. Mode of life though. That's cool. I'll keep some of this stuff to stick on the auction house for people testing stuff out. Oh, it dropped off the giant. Okay. Well, that's a new one. It's not just the bog lord, it's the giants as well. The withered basidium. Okay. So all I need now, I'm just head back to Telrador to turn these in. I just need to snag a few more marsh fangs on the way back out. And I'll pick up some spores as I get closer to town. I'm stuck in a tree. Stuck in tree. Dude, there's no place for you to be. Wings respawned. Pretty good respawn timer on him. He's all bad at the moment. Don't want to use it. Get the tendon rip on me. That's annoying. I just need. Rain. Okay, so 2 more. Get some spores. Three more. Little green things. They've respawned in the same spot. That's nice. Okay, so we're going to turn these quests in and get the follow-ups. This is all going exactly as I have laid out, so I've had no little surprises like we had in Hellfire. Which is good. And the next thing we're going to do is try and kill Raja, which is I think Raji's or whatever his name is. That's weird. There's an engineering quest here as well that you can do. Here. I don't have. I'll keep the moats. Oops, hang on, no, I want those. Those. Spores. I can never quite remember which ones are the spores that I want, so I'll put them. Potion of waterproofing. Edgy scrolls, thanks. stinger thing questiness. Pausing, that's the starve one off, and the obsidian starts a chain. That. Then. Yeah. Okay, good to go. Onwards and upwards. So we've got Raja, we've got the Umberfen service at Umberfen, I don't know. Let me go. Mire hydras and eels. And we've got to do this. Well, our next lot of quests. We're going this way. Wait. So we're going to try Leader of the Blood Scale and see how easy or difficult he is to kill. There's a few different tactics to take him down. Enter. This be 50,000 XP, just like that. Like someone's killed him. No, he's there. There, so okay. How tough they are. I want to see how the sentries are as well. They run. Siren out as well. Buff to Inspire Blessing is because I was gonna say because it controlled by lines, but it's not. I don't know if that's right or not. I don't PvP. Okay. Feed the cat, buff the cat. Eyes next. So we'll just try just a straight up YOLO pull and just see. Got a friend in the fridge. You know. Decent range to pull a slave to help. Well, that's interesting. That again. Right, my friend. How we go? Immune to slow. But you can stun him. Whoops, and he still does the thing. Sentry. That's the pole arm. That's not great. Right, let's do this again. Entry. Buy easy, low XP. And oh, great. Friend. Come on. What a mess. Hey Hodel, how's it going? Doing a fine job of making a hash out of this pool. Oh, I can do it. It's just like a little bit embarrassing to make a mess of it in public.
Easy.
This dude again. Seriously. Is it a quest? Yes, it is a quest. It's fine. It's beta. A little rough. It's a two person pull. It's just a little bit of a pain. I generally just skip it, but I was just curious to see what it was like on the beta, and it's about the same as my normal experience. So it's like if I really want to do what I can, but it'd probably just take too long. Like if you're ideally working on this asshole here is what's done me in. This thing here, this thing just casually just walks by at the worst possible moment repeatedly. Pisses me off. Piece of crap, fence rider. If I had next gear, this would be a lot easier. Well, you're not wrong. Oh yeah, I don't even have tier 1. I got like plus stamina gear on. Pathetic. Right, now I gotta clear this shit out again. We're gonna kill him. It is very cool looking, and it can fuck right off. That's what I'm saying. Just fuck right off. Yay, glowing blood. Let's do it. Killed him before he could put the debuff on. Oh, unlucky. So yeah, if you're working on say 150,000 XP an hour, like these quests give you say about 10,000 XP to turn them in. So like a 15th of an hour, what's that? 4 minutes. So you wanna tackle this quest in 4 minutes for it to be like worth your while. If it takes longer than 4 minutes, which is what it is now, it's actually a waste of time. That's just how it works. I'm doing it now because like this guy's pissing me off. He gone die. This asshole. And here comes the patrol. Because why not? I'm grumpy now because I died. Really? Alright. Feed the cat. Alright, we'll do this again. Hopefully have a little bit more luck. Did I kill the fence strider? What do you reckon? It's been gone for a little while now. Surely it wouldn't bother me again. Right? Right? Yeah? Did. He did. Feel better now. So the next thing is to discover this water pump down this way. Yay, Hodor, yeah, exactly. We couldn't let that insult go unanswered. Very offensive. Gonna get spores. Yeah, yay! Get us some good spores. The thing I need to discover, that's happened. Keep going south. I need to stinger it. Not too worried about Naga claws, so I'll pick them all up on the way. Just going around this main Naga camp, but I'm going to kill some Maya Hydras. How beautiful is Zangarmarsh? Lovely. Another one. Got a water breathing pot here.
In vain. I heard the sound of the ocean. It was
So we need 8 Maya hydras, we need 8 eel fillets, fillets, and then we're going to go over here to this village and do a couple of quests there. And out here doing the thing.
My hope has started to fade, but the feelings grow deeper. I hate living this way, scared that I'm getting weaker.
You should see what the drop rate is on these fillets. Can be a little ordinary. Okay. 2 dead, 1 fillet. It's bad.
Nothing has changed, but still we remain. Still we remain. Still we remain.
So we're not doing them all now, we're just basically just doing a handful. Get the ball rolling. Whatever's convenient. Drop rate looks like it's pretty good. A little bit of a pain. So. Grab a couple more and then we'll head back out. Same old story, bird in the hand and all that while they're here. Farm them up. Don't want to sort of assume that they're going to be available at the north end of the lake. Be farming. Have none. And you have to come back down. So one more here and then we'll head over that way and see if we've got any more fire hydras. Oh yeah, one there, that's good. That old story, most of the Maya hydras, when you got a few people around, they'll sort of go around the north of the lake. That's one of the reasons I tend to go around the south of the lake, because it just makes a little bit more sense. Good time to tackle one of the Maya hydras. Water and recharge. Get it, kitty cat. Or bat, might as well get some goodies while we're here. Yay! Buff. So I still need 3 more fillets, 7 hydras, and we've got to go over this way. So it's going to flip a couple here. Head down that way. One more hydra with it, and then head over to the village. Let Guys are usually pretty easy to kill. Then I'll find out what they're like. Up down here. I'm going to start Umbrafen Tribe by going right down the bottom here and just clearing this camp. And Katara is at the top of this tree. We'll just knock you out first. There's an escort in here as well that we're going to do. Not in this tree, just in this village. That'll be next, but we're just going to get this done first. Terra Totem, I don't think you need to be a genius to work out what that does. Yes. Who's the one that runs away that doesn't get hit very hard? Bigger. We need a few more of these, so we'll just clear them out while we're here. Interestingly, there's no one down here. Remember how busy it was in Hellfire, and there's just no. Free the water, and we'll see how the pet goes with stairs. Fine. Good to have a look and see how that actually behaves. Fine. Good. No problem. Drink me? That's rude. I'm only the size of a normal person. Offended. Up. Get up. The spending. Sometimes. Haven't seen Benji for a bit. But I have seen him not that long ago. But to be fair, I've not streamed for a while, so you know, it's definitely one of those things where if you haven't been on for a few weeks, it's pretty easy to sort of drop off people's radar, and I mean, that's fine. So, Hodel, my friend, how you been? How's your weekend treating you so far? Been up to anything? Any thoughts on the drums controversy for BC? Had an interview yesterday, went pretty well. Good luck. Got another one in the pipeline, hopefully this coming week. Until you get a job, you're staying in your mum's basement. Your mum's probably paying these guys to interview you so she can get you out of her basement, mate. But good luck for both. I like, do you reckon they're like pretty good propositions? You reckon they're going to be good? Or is it going to be a case of any job's good when you're not working? Need 3 more seers, 1 more witch doctor. Okay, so I just need seers. Usually oracles that are in the actual huts. And the seers are usually like wandering around. 2 more and 1 witch doctor. Rude. Oh, this is the last ones that I need. Hopefully he's not going to run off and pull someone else. Done. Got an escort here. I'll have a read of that in a sec, just bear with me. I'm just gonna just get prepped for this escort. Give me a sec. That you think any job is good, but it's for full stack software developer. That's pretty cool. Which I haven't done officially before, but use same languages in their own projects. So what other? Wow, that sounds pretty cool. I don't think it matters if you have like formal training or what you do. I think people are more interested in having a good attitude and that you're prepared to do the actual job.
Sorry.
Too slow. Well. Changes to drums. Alright, so there was a bit of concern from the general community with drums that people were gonna like min-max raids by making you know, someone in the group always like using drums to get the buffs. So Blizz wanted to sort of change that, so you know it wouldn't be as bad. And I haven't looked at the exact details, but my understanding is that they've kind of made it worse. They've gone from like one person in the raid having to do it to pretty much everyone in the raid having to do it and stacking up at the same time in order to make it, because they reduced the range of the drums to like 8 yards or something like that. So yeah, it's a little bit of a mess. Now I don't raid. I will be raiding in BC, but I did not raid in BC when it initially came out, so I really don't know how much of a game changer it is. Oh, excuse me. But if people are concerned enough about it to be upset, then I would have to say that there has to be something there that's fixed. So they've kind of changed it a couple of times. There's some blue posts on it and things like that, but yeah, basically it seems like most people in the raid would need to now have leatherworking as mandatory for these minor drums, not major drums, which is one of the changes they've done. And for the minor drums, yeah, it's just the range is 8 yards, so you got to stack up to get it. And then you've got like a major drums version, and the major drums version is going to be basically just needing more mats and then the full range like the original drums. It's yeah, it's doing my head in, quite frankly. I'd love to go if you'd like to start running. Saying. Foreign females are cool, man. Look at them. The little hoofy feet. Well, luckily you already have... Oh, hang on. That happened. You already have leatherworking on your main hunter, so everyone will want you in your raid. Yay! They'll want you in your raid because you're a hunter with leatherworking. And here. Come on. Let's go. I've got to get Boglash in a sec. He's just over there. next on the list. This should finish fairly shortly. So get Boglash. Very nice. Okay, big blue. You can tell Boglash from the Fence Riders because Boglash is blue. It's like more blue, I should say. I don't want two of you. Yeah. I know he's an elite, but he's pretty easy to kill. So this is my fastest time so far in BC. Sorry if the comparisons are there, can't see them because you got it on low quality. This is the first run on the official beta. It is definitely not the fastest by a long shot. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that I'm just not geared on this tune. This isn't like I didn't get beta. This is a loan. A loan for which I'm extremely appreciative. You know, and it's thanks to the kindness of friends that I'm able to test any of this stuff. But because it's not my beta, I obviously can't transfer a copy of my actual hunter. I've got to use the cookie cutter. And the cookie cutter was just a default level 58 with very basic level 58 gear, which I then had to grind up to level 60 in order to start practicing at level 60 Hellfire. With no gear, no plus hit, no plus critical strike. You know, it's about an hour. It's about an hour slower. Because I've got a 60% mount as well and not a 100% mount. The other thing. There's a lot of, you know, could be betters. But, you know, for the purposes of actually just testing the routing, seeing the quest flow, seeing how the mobs play, drop rates for quests off mobs, pathing, mob densities, you know, all of that stuff. Obviously, I don't need good gear to test that. The good gear is just really more to, you know, test the actual speed. And I know as long as the routing is correct, then just having the decent gear just means you're just going to do this faster, right? So that's fine. More important to get the routing down. There's problems, going to report them, you know, all that stuff, yada yada. It's going extremely well. I was saying earlier, I don't know if you were here, Hodor, but you know, as far as the quality of the beta, it's very good. People should be pretty happy. I need 2 more fillets. 4 more hydras. Quality has been really good so far. You know, the way things are behaving, the way that mobs are pathing. Literally, that was the first time that I've seen a mob stuck in a tree so far. You know, in 8 hours of gameplay. So that's really good. Everything's running smooth. Well, I think they're still gunning for like around June. Yeah, seems to be the best guess at the moment. It's not that far away. It's nearly April, so 3 months. As you know, I don't ask. I don't ponder these things too hard. They require brain capacity that I just don't have. But for what it's worth, I agree. Doesn't make any sense. So why does my pet not drown underwater? It doesn't have anything on it to stop it drowning. Get these eels on the way out. Need 2 more fillets. Fillets. I got told off for not using my bestial wrath on a regular basis before, so now I'm going to use it. Get beaten. Oh, 1 more fillet. Let's do this dude here. He's got a fillet on him. No fillet. Sad. Last fillet. Very good. So now I just need the hydras. And that's it. Turn these in. The hydras here. We're going to the Cenarian Refuge next. So we're most of the way to 62. At 62 I have to go do training because level 62 for hunters you get steady shot, which is like the default. At that point you sort of change the way that you actually attack stuff when you get steady shot. Normally you'd use like the one-shot macro at that point. Of course it's not working on beta, so I'll have to suss that out. One more Maya Hydra. This customer here. Bit, we're done. I'm going to turn these in at Cenarian Refuge. Come back and see these ancients in the not too distant future. And I've got enough to turn in unidentified plant parts as well. Quest in the chain, saving the spore locks. Very good. I need that. Danger. And we'll just crack that open. And this is uncatalogued species, which is a quest. Turn that straight in. this. I'm gonna go do these first, and then we're not gonna bother turning this one in at this stage because there's 2 other quests we need to get done. No point going up 3 times to turn quests in if you only need to go up once. No chain. Servants at Umbrafan. And then we're gonna turn in escape from Umbrafan. Got as an upgrade. I'll just grab Gordon's hammer weapon, so that's a good upgrade. And where's the thing? Stormcrow. Just looks like a dildo, man. Not cool. This is a known bug. Alright. Enjoy. So overall, how did I like Classic? Probably asked already. I think you said you did play Vanilla, but near the end of Vanilla before BC. Yeah, I did. Obviously, I played a lot of like Classic. I know it's a great bug. Hey, let's turn around so you can actually see where I'm going. There we go. Yeah, I first started playing WoW towards the end of Vanilla. I was a complete noob, didn't have any background on it or anything like that, so it was a lot of fun. Really enjoyed it. Really started playing it a bit more as BC came out. Started to make some fast friends in WoW, and really started raiding more in Wrath. Was really where I started to do some raiding in the game and have some idea about specs and things like that. But I've always loved it. I have very fond memories of how noobish I was in Vanilla. But it's one of those things when you have those great games you don't know is going to be a big part of your life. You have fond memories. You don't really go back to and do it again for the first time. Classic coming out was just amazing to be able to just do it again. It still wasn't the same, but in a way it was better too because I was able to make even more friends than I had in the original Vanilla. It was amazing. Such a stupid bug. I mean, really, it's just embarrassing. Lol. The dildo quest. The one for the ancients, I think? No, it's safeguarding its Lord Clack. We're going to the Dead Mire now. I'll get some more arrows first. The general supply, is it here? It is. You made a few good mates in Classic, Hodor? Yeah, me too. It's been really good. Been in a few different raiding guilds. One for most of your time in Classic, but they broke up back when Nax was released. Oh, there's a few guilds that did that, hey. Just Too much pressure, too much burnout, bit of drama. Coming back for BC though, and you're in your latest guild, which is very similar to your old guild, so you're staying in there on your main. And you're going to get your rogue to 60, get him to 70, and rate him. That's awesome. You know, it's just, you know, there's people that you get to know that you get along with. You got like a similar mindset, similar attitude. It just makes such a difference for how you play the game. It's great. These are the ones that I want at the moment. I definitely hear you on that. Game like any other game, I swear, like, you know, if it was just something to play by myself without friends, I probably wouldn't do it. I mean, I probably still enjoy doing the speedrunning solo aspect of it. That's a lot of fun. But, you know, it's the people keep it coming back, you know. Time to see what the drop rate is on this stuff. Okay. Load. Got one Boglog sample, Lord sample. Alright. You know, the drop rate for this varies wildly from private server to private server. I think that's why we're a little apprehensive, because here on the beta, like the drop rates on various quests has varied really wildly as well. So it does make a big difference to like how useful somebody is. Do you agree, Hodor, about the rating thing and the sentiment? Not really a fan of the toxic elitist side of the game. No, I agree. You know, elitist, you can be elitist without being a jerk, you know? Definitely. I think sometimes people, like they buy into the bullshit a little bit too much. It's funny to be part of the in crowd by just being a bit toxic, and it's just like, come on, really? You know, that's sort of what you want to marinate in. It's just not great. Come on, hurry up and die. I'm not a fan. Okay, the samples are pretty good so far. Alright, see my internet is jumping around a little bit. My internet's like me, it only likes to do like an 8-hour day, and then it wants to throw in the towel. Just hit the 8-hour mark. It's so much easier with some gear. Sad face. Hashtag no gear. Hello? How are you doing? Its title says it's a multiplayer game. It is. New people who are very new to the game. You know what? I've actually seen a lot of really new players coming in and just still like just learning the absolute basics of the game and having a good time too. They're definitely out there. You know, it's funny to say that you don't want to be a Care Bear. Excuse me, about things. When did it ever get to be that, you know, trying to look after other people and caring about them is seen in any way as a negative? You know what I mean? Like, we created that meta that, like, you know, looking out for other people is somehow not good. Like, it doesn't, when you think about it, it doesn't really make any sense that that would be a bad thing. It's a bad thing to be nice to people. It's a bad thing to care about them. You want to look out for them. It's just kind of weird when you think about it. I mean, what happened to being considerate of other people, you know? I'm pretty close to 62. Stop sucking up our water. It's rude. My fault you're dehydrated. There's literally water like 1 minute's walk to the west. I'm just saying. You don't have to hang out here. Alenia added to the permitted phrases, suck their butt. I'm sure that's not gonna bite me in the ass at some stage. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, you know, got this weird, got this really weird meta going where, yeah, helping other people out is somehow deemed to be a bad thing. Like, come on. Like, who thinks that that's a bad thing? Crazy. Yeah, thank you, Hoda. I reckon you've contributed at least half of the permitted terms to my auto mod. Thank you very much. I should have a look and see what the permitted terms are in there these days. I'm sure it'd be quite a juicy read at this stage. Beauregard reps going up slowly. Actually, I'll have a look at the reputations. See what the reps are looking like. Okay, so Cenarian Expedition is almost friendly. Honor Hold is nearly honoured. Beauregard, I've gotten 770 rep so far, which is good. Got to do a fair bit of rep with them to get the extra quest. Kill that while I drink. Bad. Close to this. I think when you get to friendly, you can get the those war giant buffs. an additional quest there as well to do that, so hopefully the next time I go there I'll be able to do that. Parched Hydra samples are not dropping though. Not good. These dudes as well. Got enough Boglord tendrils, which is good. We've got to do a lot of work on the rest of the zones, unfortunately. But it'll be good to be able to do it on the beta instead of just guessing what it's gonna. I'll just take some of the mistakes out of it. Yeah, let's scumbag. What I need Hydra samples and with the giants, and that's it. I've got 6 Boglord tendrils. Yep. I need glow caps, fertile spores. That's for the Sporagar rep. Interesting how you can just drop aggro here in the BC beta if it doesn't have the pet on the aggro table, because that doesn't work in Classic. I don't know if that's how it's meant to be. A lot of stuff I'm not 100% sure whether it's supposed to be like that. Don't want to just pile in a whole bunch of bug reports and stuff I'm not 100% sure. Correct? Is dropped for me, unfortunately. So I drop combat if my pet is still attacking. What's happening is, like, if I body pull aggro from something else and it's heading towards me, if I feign death before it really gets to me or my pet does anything, like 9 times out of 10 it'll just go back to where it was before. Whereas on Classic, if you feign death when you've body pulled aggro from a mob, it will just train straight onto your pet, regardless whether your pet's actually attacked it or not. You can't just like feign death out of it, it'll just kill your pet first. So I'm not certain whether that's a thing. I got this. That's what I mean. In Classic, when I aggroed it and then feign death, it would just go to my pet and attack it. It's handy that it's doing that. It's just like, I'm not sure if that's correct or not. I've run into a lot of people so far on the beta. I've run into a few people that use the leveling guide for Classic, saying hi, which was really cool. I've run into some of my Carpe Diem retail guild members, the ones that run the Oceanic Facebook page for WoW. And I've seen a few of my classic guildies as well, which has been cool. Winky Potamus, one of my hardcore classic buddies, literally ran into him in the game, and Bush is in here as well, ran into him in the game. There's quite a few familiar faces, which is really nice. Might just be RNG on the Hydras, but definitely having to nuke a lot of these to get the samples. The drop rate doesn't seem to be particularly horrible. It's good. A little bit weird because it's on a hill. Davis, thank you for the follow and welcome. You're having a lovely day. So hard at work, no lifing it today. Eight hours and counting. Oh shit. Damage. Okay. The drop rate's really low. Okay, so put this here out of the way. This is like my little trash depository here. This is a quest item. I'm a bit concerned that it looks like a kebab with a Boglog sample. That's not right. Just nasty. With a Boglog kebab. Not something I would be sampling anytime soon. I do still need some more giants. I'm just trying to cherry pick these hydras while they're not being heavily contested. I'm really not certain whether it just genuinely has a lower drop rate, whether I got lucky on the drop rate for the withered boglords. So I would expect them to have a very similar kind of drop rate. But I guess I'll have a better idea once I've done this a few times. To every it sucks so bad. Holy shit. Hey, one more. Gotta love latency, right? That's why it's looking the way it is. I'm like hitting after I've left. It's just 300 ms, I'm afraid. Love this sword though. Gimme. Yes! Oh my god, thank god. Charge, so all I need now is 4 with the giants and we are done here. Get up out of the bog a little. Very nearly 62. Rude. Two more. Our last one up there. It is good. So we're going to finish this. I'm going to Telrador next. Go to these quests and get the follow-ups. Then we are going to go get Blacksting. And we're going to go discover those Bahamo ruins, which are just over here. And then we're going to start on some of these steam plants. Going down to the caves down here. And then we're nipping through Terrakar to head to Shatra. And then we're going to go, we'll have done 62 by then, we're going to go train some skills. Water looks amazing. Bit of rain. I'm not just killing these for the buffs, I actually need the spores. Am I gonna make it? I am! Victory! Okay. That quest becomes available at 62. I'm not quite there yet. Ding, 62. Keep stopping it, sort of doing this. Nice. Level 62. Happy days. Cool. Ready? Oh. Horrible. But we'll grab it. No! Too slow. Yes. Long way down. Very good. So Black Sting next, it's over here. Got some quests, so we're doing Black Sting. What's the That's good enough, that'll do for now. Do need to go for the throat and not one. Ifs, man. Things can move, man. Pedicles in the front. It's fertile spores that I need for the spore lock quest and not strength spores. I need 6. Yeah. Yes. Fuck him up, cat. That's a buff, that sparkly stuff that comes off the stingers. Black blood. Different types of these dudes, these waspy things, give different kinds of buffs. And they're fairly short-lived buffs, but they're pretty good ones. And thick as well. This one's called Black Blood. So all stats decreased by 10%, damage taken reduced by 10%. Need to discover this. Come on, discover it. Next is the caves. Oh, we're doing the lagoon as well, aren't we? That's right, gotta come on. Really forgot. Lagoon. Mana hog. No mana left, man, for you to drain. Just saying. Buff. I'm gonna see how much difference that does. So. Ranged is 2 moment. Oh, I've still got it, that's why. I was gonna say now it will go up, but of course I've still the old buff, it was just running. Ah, that's how you know you're starting to get a little tired. I was gonna get down to here. $114,000 XP to level 63. Wait. we go. I do this thing, toughen, damage taken reduced by, and it'll just keep ramping up. Harder and harder to damage them. Okay, Iron Vine Seed time. These guys drop the plans as well. I think you need to be level 62 for the plans to actually drop. But what you can do is, if you run out of overseers, because they generally just get spawned when you use the Iron Vine Seed on the controls, you can just spam doing this bit over and over again with the Iron Vine Seed. It won't run out until you get an overseer that drops the plans. I'm gonna go down to the Umbrafen one now. I'm just gonna YOLO straight across and see what happens. Why not? Could possibly go wrong. Really decent range on the slaves calling the slave master calling the slave. Oh, wow, I've got aggro. Entry. Plus, they're not doing anything. Flight control number 2. Hey, good morning, Joanna. How you doing? Yeah, still playing. Good morning. You'd be happy to know everything's playing really nicely, apart from the initial hiccup for me in Hellfire, in on a hold with the some of the quests there being gated behind friendly rep for on hold. Like, everything's gone really nicely. Had no really massive bugs. It's all behaving really well. Some of the drop rates are a little low, but nothing terrible. Nothing. The giants that are in Hellfire, just west of the Temple of Telemat, you've got to kill for that quest. The elite ones. They're leashed. Don't know if they used to be leashed, but they are now. So can't just drag them wherever you want. Heading to the caves and then we're heading to Shatrath to do training. Testing 62. All going swimmingly. Buffs are working. How many people are online? And not as many people in Zangarmarsh. But still plenty of people around. You can see doing mostly Hellfire at this moment. Things. Let's go save some Sporelocks. Clearing these out already. Where is it? What time is it there now, Joanna? Bit early? Couldn't have slept for that long. I don't think I've only been playing for like 9 hours. I was like playing for a while. Oh, so what is it like early morning there? Because you went to bed. It was fairly late, but I've only been playing for 9 hours. Oh, it's 11. All right, I take that back. Thought I was good at sleeping in. You win. Nice. Yes, it's a hard life being old and decrepit, isn't it? I used to like 10:30 at night, I'd be getting ready to go out and party, and now it's just like I'm falling asleep at 10:30. It's pathetic. You're a natural night owl. Oh, do you? Wow. I don't. I sleep really easy. I am a night owl as well, absolutely. But I find that I try to get like a decent night's sleep, and when I go to bed, I'm asleep, no problem. Right, look, plaques down here somewhere. Just to see how this plays out. He's supposed to be like normally like pretty easy to kill. Yes. Really? Okay. Must be grinding upstairs. Wow, it's like every mob has spawned down here. What's going on? Okay. Go. Thanks. Really? Someone has to be grinding them up there. Like they're just like completely packed down the bottom. Absolutely chock-a-block. They just keep respawning. Like, it looks like they've like loaded into every possible spawn location down here. Oh, great. What's going on now? How did I aggro them? That's a whole lot of dead bodies. Well, a job done, I guess. The regen is not working. I hadn't noticed. I've got to go up the ramp now. Need 4 more lurkers. Oh, I see what's going on. Going back the way I came. Fine. 3 more lurkers. Bitch, man, how's it going? Good morning. At least I think it's good morning, right? It's good morning. Surely. Well, you know. Someone's got to call you something, right? What's going on? You and Joanna got the same sleep habits, have you? I find it highly coincidental that you both rock up yesterday at the same time. And then you both rock up again this morning at the same time. What's going on? I know you're 34. Well, to me, that's a spring chicken. Joanna says, guilty as charged. What do you think, Joanna? Lich reckons he's not a spring chicken because he's 34. You know what it is? You're both night owls. I've run into your stream often enough where you're staying up super late. Right, we're done here. Oh. What do you want me to do? Call you an old boiler? Is that what you want? Yeah, you start up till 7 AM 2 days in a row. How do you kill that which has no life? We're going to Shatrath. Going. It is funny. You've heard that term before though, right? The old 7 AM every night as the days are done for you. To quit that. Yeah, well, you gotta look after yourself. You're falling apart at the seams. Your body parts are just saying, nah. Did you end up, like, are you gonna end up, like, scheduled for surgery now, or what? If you don't mind me asking. Is that all good, or is that all still a bit shit? At all. Yeah. Okay. Oh, level 70 stuff? Oh, it's not. Oh, come to mama. Empty my bags a little bit now. And that's a item. Days. Hmm. 3. Slaying. Yeah, mate. This is where it's at. Something's got to keep me going. Loading up, don't mind me. Give me one sec, guys. I'll read what you've got to say in a sec and just out the way. And do Dionysus. All right, now I can read. You do the echo test every 5 months. I need to go on 2 weeks ago and doctor said no changes. Oh, that's good. That is good news. Otherwise, we'll have to visit you in the retirement home, man. Armin van Buren? You. No wonder we all get along. Yeah, exactly, Joanna. The biggest badass in BC. I liked seeing the flavor text at Honor Old when they were talking about, God, what's the name of that dude? The one that you run back into in Battle for Azeroth, the Paladin. Okay, so we've got Steady Shot. Trank Shot. They're all the only ones that I want here. I know you do. That's the ridiculous thing, Joanna, right? It's like, out of all the people that like eat shit and have shit habits, like you try to be meticulous with like looking after yourself, and like that's what you get. It's like, it's just ridiculous. Days. I think that's all I need here, actually. I'm just gonna half back to Torador. I got buffs, man. I'm excited. Lich, you know, you're gonna have those issues whether or not you get tested. So you may as well just get the test done and be done with it, mate. And that's all there is to it. Like, just don't fuck around. Pretty serious business. Yeah. That stuff is scary. Well, I don't know if it's going to make you guys feel better or worse, but what I can tell you is that when my mum had a heart attack in the 70s, this happened like right before COVID started, and she ended up having to have a quadruple bypass. And 6 months later, she was back out at home, like driving us insane, doing shit that she was supposed to be doing and what have you. You know, it is serious business, but you know, look at it this way. It's like you live in like first world country where there are doctors available that can treat that shit, diagnose that shit, try and prevent it, minimize any invasive surgery, but you also know that you've got the option for that surgery to be done if you need to, and that's huge. No? Yeah, that's right. So I'm not making light of it. It is actually really super serious stuff, but at the same time, like, if there's ever a time that you're gonna have those sorts of issues and a place, like this is, you know, not a terrible time or place to have those sorts of things monitored. Hard to tell. Grief will mess you up, hey? Just having a look at my note. So One button macro, hey? Is not gonna work. There's us. Steady shot. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just gonna have a quick look for the have a look at the macro. Just gotta look after yourself, hey? Obviously you're gonna annoy me in my chat if you're not around. Alright, let's just switch this around. Guess we'll just wing it. I don't have it on me and I know that the actual macro isn't working properly. We've got to go to this stink. Oh, it's taking a somber turn, guys. The dangers, streaming and chatting late at night here. It's midnight here nearly. Think you're gonna get sweaty for BC? Sounds like a plan. Wow. Midnight, man. What are you talking about? Yo, crazy. Hey Joanna, do you know if the steady shot macro is just straight up just steady shot auto shot? I don't have kill command yet. Don't know. Oh. Two of us. I'll work it out eventually, I'm sure. Take some adjusting. Call it a crutch. Just feels better. Having some buffs on. And that thing does some damage. Got crippled. Classic TBC means nothing if I ain't the classic me. Oh, that's so hipster. Really? You want to go there? You really want to go there, mate? Oh, I need to get the plans. Have I got the plans? Deep breath. Brace yourself, ladies and gents. After midnight hours with Alenia, uncensored. Door mounts. I'm okay with, believe it or not. They're cosmetic. They make money for the company. Company employees get paid, stay employed, make more content for us. Monkey happy. Boosts, but quietly. Not even a little bit fucked, they're a lot fucked. They are the literal opposite of what you want to achieve with the game. Level 58 boost in BC basically just guarantees that people are going to miss out half the content of the game. Like, that's not... Can you stop attacking me, please? I know I've got some magnetism in these hot pants, and I'm not even joking. Look at them. But, you know, gotta die. Did I get it? No, I didn't. Rude. I feel like boosts just make classic worth nothing. Do you know what it does? It makes people's effort worth nothing. That's the problem. You're literally negating, you're telling people that 100 hours worth of effort is worth $40. Hurry up and die. This guy won't die. I need the plants. Oh, that's why they're not dropping. I've already got them. Eh. Alright, I'm going to Oribor. I'm out of here. Yeah, look, it's... So, I write leveling guides, right? That have taken thousands of hours to, like, test and put together. The lovely Joanna here, if he's still floating around, is the OG when it comes to leveling guides as well, for vanilla. You know, and I hate to think how many hours he's put into doing leveling guides as well. It's a huge amount of work because people need it in order to get to 60 in vanilla, because there is so much content, it takes forever. And for Blizzard to just come along and go, oh, just give us 40 bucks or 50 bucks or whatever it's going to be, and you can bypass all that, it's an insult. Not just an insult to people that like do guides, obviously we're a tiny minority of the players, but to all the people that have sweated 100, 140, 200 hours to get a character to max level, you know, I mean, it does completely the opposite of what they're trying to achieve. They're literally letting people skip half the game. Like, BC is not only Outland 60 to 70, it's also still 1 to 60. And they're basically saying, oh, this isn't important anymore to this game, you don't have to do it. It's crazy. Horrible. Available here at the moment. I think I need to get ripped with these guys before I can do much with them. They do help players. I mean, you know, it feels nice to have something that legitimately makes people's lives easier. Like, that's lovely. Just snag. And mark these. Got to do ogres. There. And the Daggerfen quests. Yeah. Think. that lich. Wadding's bad enough. Did you see, I don't know if you saw, they've actually doubled the cost of the Argentinian I'm going here and then dagger from here. They've doubled the cost of the Argentinian subscriptions to make it harder for people to like have really cheap accounts to bot. Probably getting this wrong, but that's okay. And I need these for Borgar quest. Oh, you saw that? You didn't think about it in that aspect in a way the sub changes seem bad. They were disproportionately cheap. Like really disproportionately cheap. They're not so cheap now, but they're still cheap. They're still like only $7 or $8. I think I'm getting the hang of this without the macro. It's really difficult. Got no swing timer or nothing. Must be doing something alright because I'm pissing these ogres off. Hate the WoW token thing. I'm okay with the WoW token thing. There are people that legit, you know, can't justify the cost of a sub that will be able to successfully have some sort of farming enterprise to get them through and get their subs that way. And I'm cool with that. I'm not one of those people, by the way. I'm not that coordinated. Dang. Good morning, buttfucker. How you doing, man? That's your name now. I know you changed the name around so that it wouldn't be, you know, so easily busted, but, you know, you're just shit out of luck here, man. Your name is now buttfucker. Oh, really? I can't dab now. My camera's not on, man. That's some sort of retaliation. I normally have my camera on, but I'm a bit rough at the moment. Hodor! How you doing, man? Still around? You can just you have to like visualize it in your head, dab. People like to mess with me while I'm doing speed runs. As you can see from the long list of horrible things that you can do while I'm actually doing the run. You're chilling in your mum's basement? Nice. Feeling a lot of aggro doing this. Staying. I'm so happy I've managed to get some pots from the pot vendor in Shatrath. I'm far more happier than I have any right to be right now. And my cat just dinged 62 too, so we're pumping. Rude! Did you see that? I'm offended. I don't get a heal like that. Just unacceptable. But I'm heading towards this village here slowly. Is corpse running to Nagrand to start there going to be quicker than leveling in... Well, let's say you do corpse run to Nagrand. Then what? Get to Nagrand, you're level 60, none of the quests are going to be available to you. You can kill the mobs, but the mobs are like 4 or 5 levels higher than you, so unless you got a shit ton of hit gear, you're going to have a bad time. So I'm going to categorically say no, definitely not. You want those quests. Those quests are sexy as hell when it comes to you getting the XP per hour up. I can tell you what my strat is, if that's any help to you, and that is that at launch I'm not going to be at the portal. I have a large bank of quests to turn in at launch in Silithus and in Plaguelands and possibly a couple of other places as well. I'm going to turn all those bastards in to get me about halfway at least to level 61, and then I'm going to go to the Temple of Telhermat, which is on the other side of Hellfire, and do those quests. If all goes well, I'll completely bypass the first half of Hellfire, and then if I want to, I can come back later and do it. Don't know why twinking's not allowed. Yes, I've added that to the pile of things we're allowed to talk about here in this chat. What's the difference between Scryer and Aldor anyways? Or you remember level 19, 20? One of them has got, I think, and honestly I haven't checked this too hard at this point, so take this with a grain of salt in terms of the specifics. One of them has got a couple of extra quests that you can do, and one of them has got like better like transport or access out to one of the zones. That's as specific as I can recall at the moment. Damn, why am I so much aggro? One caveat though is that I learned recently is that if you have if you roll like a Draenei or a Blood Elf, you're automatically like with one of those factions or the other. You're excited about your hunting? Oh, we do this when you watch. We're just hanging out, man. Easy peasy. And if you get a little bit lost and you need a little prod, then, you know, that's what we're here for, right? God, I've hardly gotten any close to that village. It's ridiculous. Bring chicken sweats. Ah, I'm never going to live it down. Just hit the cat. That's what the hit the nice cat. That's what the cat is for. Got like a higher level growl? I don't, do I? I don't know what story is there. Weird. Up here. What's gonna happen? Professions, what am I gonna do? I've got maximum engineering. And I've got herbing at the moment. I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do with that second profession. I need to make a decision at some stage. Probably get both of these ogres now. Oh no, you want leatherworking for sure. 100% you want leatherworking. Hey Matta, welcome to the chat. Thank you for the follow, man. We've arrived just in time for Crazy Person Hour. It's late at night over here in Perth. We're all going a little bit mad. Oh, that's rude. Goodness me. Oh! Mana potion for the win. Happy days. Food. Nearly at the village. Oh yeah, getting pretty close. Yeah. Oh, rude. Buffing the cat. For that paralysis. Huh. Pop up here. So what I've got to do here is kill 3 assassins, 15 muck dwellers, get the poison manual and poison vial from inside the little town of theirs, and kill this dude. I've not actually done this bit for a while, so yeah, I remember what I'm doing. Looks like me after I had too much Mexican. I cook Mexican here. One of the best things about being an Aussie is we've got pretty much everything you can think of as far as different kinds of foods. It's very multicultural, lovely. Done. I am not, but I appreciate good food. Simple creature like that. It is pretty amazing when it's well done. I mean, we're not talking Taco Bell here. Cook a bit of everything. A little bit of everything. There's the chief. Chieftain Mamakai. Have a very bad day. I think the book that I need to pick up, the manual is up here somewhere. Read. Odom. And there's the book. There you go. My memory's not as bad as it used to be. Excellent. Can't remember where the vial is though. Yeah, wait for that to come to me. Just assassin. Secrets of the Daggerfen. Sample vial. Alright. And maybe off the assassins. I don't know what that is, but it sounds good. Or maybe it's in a box or something. In my infinite wisdom, I didn't write a note about where the vial was. Or my complete description for what we're doing right now, currently on the guide, is complete Daggerfen quests. That's all I wrote. Oh my god. I regret everything. Stop being so close to me. I'm trying to steady shot you to death. Really? Really? This is what I get? That's rude. Offended. Being a twat. Done. Can't hit it. Fantastic. Press him up, cat. I'm out of ammo. Do you know what I can do to fix it? I can do that. Wondering whether the files are a drop. I honestly can't remember, but I mean I've got a whole swag of these guys to kill anyways. Guess we'll find out. is Only Roads, Cosmic Gateway. The remix. Mix, I wouldn't be able to tell you off the top of my head. Oh. PD Max, no, I don't want to become famous. I want to become opposite of famous. You got a service for that, my friend? Where no one will know my name. I'm down with that. That'll impress the fuck out of me. You're going full RP on your night elf and refuse to use guns? Oh my god. I've got the perfect beam for that, but it's like I don't have it on Imager to share. I'll find a way to share it to you later that you'll appreciate. I'll do it on like Twitter or something. You'll very much appreciate that. I've got to look up this Daggerpin poison vial because I can't remember where it comes from. Found on a table near the only tall building in the area. Found on a table. Okay. It's actually like a physical item to loot. See? On a table. Yes. Oh, there we go. Great. Bugle to the rescue once again. My last muck dweller. That's why I checked. Thought it might have just been a drop and that's why I didn't mention it. And the actual real answer is that I just expect myself to have a better memory than I actually do. You don't know where to level at the moment? 34? Stranglethorn Vale. Swamp of Sorrows. Let's see. And Desolus. Well. Okay, so I've got to head back to turn this in at Orrible. The world PvP is hell there. Desolus shouldn't be too bad. There's usually not a lot of people in there in particular. Stranglethorn Vale is pretty bad. No, you just shit out of luck. Starting Stranglethorn Vale, I'm afraid. But that's just how it is. It's still the best XP. Even when you die a few times from PvP, in Stranglethorn Vale, the questing there is so good it doesn't really matter.
Open your heart. Open your mind.
Against a lot of people though. Well, you know, what goes around comes around, my friend. If you dish it out, you got to be able to take it as well, eh? Look at that cat. I love that cat. Go for the throat is working. I need, was it 6 eye caps, I think? Alright. Turn in and get the follow-up, set half if possible. Them's my notes. What's my rep like here? Kurenai. There, okay. Dagger fan. By neutral. That didn't take long. Really? Oh, you like it? It's by a wonderful artist that does commissions. He does a great job, doesn't he? Tim's trusty helmet. Okay. Communication. Flashlight light. Pockets. Sorry, Tim's trusty helmet's gotta go. Stuff. Little poisony shit. And eyes. Oh. Supplies. Yeah. I can set my half and Goodness. Let's see. Water. Of. This. Don't have any ammo in here though. It always seems excessive until you see me actually plowing through it. Okay. 1 second guys, because I need to find, I think I changed the routing for this and I just need to double check with the picture. Can't remember whether I actually physically rewrote route, and I need to make sure we're doing it the way I wanted it. So done. Been pushing a lot of Mythic Plus. I have not been doing any Mythic Plus. I've not done it for weeks. I mean, we're raiding Heroic and I'm doing it without Mythic Plus gear. So I'm like at 210 just purely from drops in raids and like just a handful of like Mythic Zeros and stuff from people gearing up ults. I don't see any point in doing it unless you're a tank, you want a min-max, or you're doing mythics. Just choose up a buttload of time. $14 minutes on my half. We're headed over to kill some more. Doing 17 plus keys, yeah. I did a 14 plus the other day. It was not pretty with the guild. Do it? I was like, okay, I'll give it. That was a mistake. That's okay. 17 is huge. Yeah, they are with the right group. That's the qualifying part. I don't mind doing them with the guild. It's just that, you know, if I've got to pick between working on like BC leveling and doing Mythic Plus, like there's no competition at the moment. I can still do my healing for the raid for Mythic. We're doing, we're up to Denathrius now. So I don't need to do Mythics. I can if I really want to, but I just don't need to, you know? They are fun. I will give you that. They're very involved. And they're very playable, and whoever designed them did an amazing job. Getting aggro. Business fix some big on retail. You think retail's Really gorgeous game. Yeah, they've done really well with Shadowlands. The story is good. The play is good. Not much not to love, honestly. Love Shadowlands, you just think they need more on schedule content. Well, it's funny you say that. I mean, we were talking about this the other night, right? And in the shareholders' notes from the meeting for the last quarter, Activision, obviously they cover World of Warcraft as well. And, you know, one of the things that they brought up several times, you know, the sentiment from the WoW team was that they wanted to deliver content more frequently for players. So that's why, you know, everyone's kind of debating what they're going to do with BC, when that's going to come out, when's 9.1 going to come out for Shadowlands. And I'm sort of leaning towards them doing it sooner rather than later, just based purely off that. I'm thinking June, maybe July, if they're having issues with like the amount of staff they need to get everything ironed out for BC. And I think 9.1 will come before that. I don't remember where this dude is. It's yeah, Overlord Gorefist. Ugh, I like it when I do that. Oh, he's in there. Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay, problem solved. Oh, busy. I just gotta kill some more maulers. To be honest, you think the developers no doubt pressed a rush the Shadowlands release, especially with how lackluster. Look, the more... I kind of get this, right? When game producers are bringing out new content, it can't all be bangers and it can't all be winners, right? Especially when they're trying new stuff. It's not all going to be fantastic. The More is a perfect example of them trying something different, something new. It didn't quite pull it off. It happens, but I'd rather they try something new and get it wrong than just stick to the same stuff all the time. So I don't have a problem with them all at all. Like everyone else, I find it a little bit annoying. But, you know, small price to pay for them trying to design new stuff, yeah? Health still isn't up. I'll have to ride back. Damn it. I did this too fast. There's a problem. What leads you to believe that is BC? Now know that the more is where we will be in 9.1 will be more of a zone over to explore quest in. Perhaps that was the intention at the beginning, because that's just what they have now. Well, we don't know for sure, right? But yeah, it's possible. I guess that would make sense. It's a huge, huge zone. That flickering you see on the screen, that's a known bug. It's to do with the angle of the camera here and there will make things look go a little bit weird. Wearing your tinfoil hat? How dare you? Aluminium. Or as the Americans say, because apparently they don't believe in all the syllables, aluminum. Oh my goodness. 10 hours. How do you kill that which has no life? It's not how you say it. It's aluminium, man. Americans just don't know how to pronounce shit. So we go turn these in, and then we're going to Serpent Lake. Whoa! Oh, it's crap. Oh! Like, I'll take it. So I should have fen claws in here somewhere. Let's have a look at these quests. Drain schematics we need to do. Where's the fen claws? Armor. And we've got a Idols of the Feral Fen. Diaphanous Wings. Yeah. I'm not doing this one yet. Slices. Oh, I don't have enough space. Alright, fine. Watching my internet shit its pants. Ben. Alright, we're going this way. Rebuff. Sorry if the graphics are janky, I'm just watching it labor for the moment. Oh, it's gone to 0, that's always good. Always a good sign. Every so often the internet here just says, nah, this is bullshit, and it just pulls the pin on me. Great, totally recommend it. Alright. So, we're going over this way. Going to discover the pipe, and then we're going to go kill some Fenflora underwater. But not before we kill everything that moves. Get it, cat. Oh, my internet's really throwing the towel in, that's great. I apologize for how janky screen probably looks at the moment. It should just be temporary though. Either that or my internet's gonna fall off a cliff. A little bit of a lottery. Hey, let's find out. If you're not aware, I run my internet off a mobile phone. Because that's all I can get. Sad. Gone for a swim.